We're going to get started with the review questions. It's time, right? Let's get started with the review questions for units 5 and 6. Starting with unit 5, question 1. Nice shoes. Like those shoes. Jose. Like those shoes.
Oh, thanks.
Nice outfit. John Anderson is a licensed real estate sales associate. Under which name may he register and be licensed?
See.
Yeah, because he's an associate. And as an associate, you can only be issued a license under your legal name, but you can create an LLC using your legal name. And that's exactly what we see, how letter C, the correct answer, is structured. Cannot be registered under a trade name. Only brokers can do that. Number 2, an associate receives a binder deposit from a buyer on Monday. By the end of business, on what day of the week must the broker deposit the funds into the escrow account? Yeah, the day it was collected was Monday by the associate. Does that day count for the broker?
No.
The 3 days for the broker to put the money in escrow start on the following. So what's the day after Monday? Tuesday, Wednesday, by the end of business on Thursday.
Friday.
The correct answer is C as in Charlie. So you don't count Monday. It's 3 days following that. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. If the office closes at 5 p.m., you better get the deposit into the office before 5 p.m. End of business day. When do they end their business? Something to consider. Weekends, holidays, do they count? Weekends and holidays? No. And if the broker is not in the office physically, can you turn the money over to an office receptionist? Yeah. Unlicensed personal assistant. Real estate associates who receive checks payable to them as deposits on purchase of real property must, endorse and immediately turn it over to their employer. The best course of action is to get them to rewrite a whole new check. But if it's not practical, this is the alternative. We didn't have the other option. But in real life, are you going to receive a check, do you think? Probably not. Yeah, it's most likely the money's going to be wired. Nobody gets a physical check directly to the title company, or an attorney can coordinate the closing of a real estate transaction. Have the escrow account. Number 4, which statement is false regarding escrow accounts? It's C as in Charlie. Because we know it's not illegal to keep the interest that's earned when you have an interest-bearing escrow account. You just have to get permission from all parties and determine who gets the interest. But as long as those conditions are met, yeah, you can keep it as a 100%. You get permission. 5, a dispute arises between buyer and seller as to which one is entitled to the escrowed property. The broker should first, C as in Charlie, notify FREC within how many days? 15. And within 30, start the escape procedures or settlement procedures. Forms the acronym what? You remember the escape procedures? MALE. MALE, mediation, arbitration, litigation, escrow, disbursement, order. Yeah, or EDO for short. 6, when a deposit is placed with the title company, what information regarding the title company must be included on the purchase and sale agreement? All of the above. Let me give you some teachers' test-taking strategies, where if you're reading through the question, it's not making any sense, and you're even more confused when you read through the answers, you just can't figure it out. You can rely on these to give you a better shot at selecting the correct answer. Is it going to work all the time? No, you got to know your stuff. You got to study. But if it's a coin toss or eeny, meeny, miny, mo, or when in doubt, always select C, don't use those strategies. There are better strategies to guide you towards the correct answer, give you a fighting chance. Here's one. Shortest and longest answer. The majority of the correct answers are either the shortest answer or the longest answer. If you're stuck between two answers and you're thinking it's 50-50 at this point. It's got to be either one of these two. Go for the more detailed answer, the longest answer out of the two. That's another strategy. All of the above is a strategy as well. More than 70% of the time, if you have all of the above as one of your options, it's the correct answer. And you'll see answers where 3 of the answers look similar to one another, or they start in a very similar way. May do something. And then one answer says, no, they must do something. Usually the answer that's different from the rest, that's sticking out, is saying, hey, look at me, I might be important. Or where you see answers where they're numbers or dollar figures, but then one answer is written out in words and they're explaining something rather than just giving you a dollar figure. The answer that's different, unique from the rest, majority of the time it's the correct answer. You'll see these trends as we go through these questions together, and I'll share maybe a couple more with you as we get going. But number 7 now, an active broker associate wants to form an entity to be paid commissions. Which is the broker associate not legally allowed to form? Correct is C. Because they're an associate. And as an associate, you can only be issued a license in your legal name, but you could create a professional association, PA, PLLC, or LLC. Incorporated, yes. Can't form a corporation as an associate to be paid your commissions or have your license issued in such a manner. 8, the excellence team is ordering for sale signs. The team works for broker Bob Sloan of Sunshine Realty. Which statement is false regarding the team advertising requirements? Correct answer is B as in Bravo. You have to include the broker's phone number in the ad? No. That's why this is the one we're looking for. What's the most important feature for advertisements? Yeah, the brokerage company's name for which you are registered with must be displayed on your ad. This is the rule, most important rule. Otherwise, if you exclude, what is this referred to as? If we can't see the company behind the ad, it's just the associate advertising themselves in real estate services. Well, it's a type of false advertising, but it's called what? Blind advertising. Good job. 9, an associate employs an unlicensed personal assistant to help with real estate property management. The unlicensed personal assistant may not.
D.
D is in Delta, show rental property as we described. Now, online, you said you selected B?
D as in David.
Oh, okay, just making sure. Now, here's the thing. I don't agree with allowing unlicensed people to have their hands on the money for a real estate transaction. I'm pretty sure that you would agree with me. Like collecting money, look at A. Even though in the book, the rule is it's acceptable. Even when we talked about earlier, if the broker's not in the office, you can turn the deposit over to a what? A receptionist. They're unlicensed. But I don't think it's wise to do so because who has more to lose? The person with the license or without the license? The person with the license has more to lose by the negligence of this unlicensed person who takes responsibility. The person with the license. They're responsible for that money, not this random assistant. So it's just not wise in my opinion. But I digress.
The broker not in the office, so the assistant is going to take the money.
I mean, they could. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with their hands being on the money. If they don't have a real estate license, I don't want them to do that. That's my personal opinion, even though the rule is contrary to that. Yes. To do property management, yeah. Yeah, but if you have an assistant that's helping you, then they're limited on what services they can offer, the actions that they can take in that capacity. So let's just say you get a real estate license, you're working for a broker, but specifically helping with property management. You need a license for that. Provide property management services, but then you need help. You hire, I don't know, your cousin. They don't have a license. They can do certain things for you to maybe free up more time so you can focus on more productive, more income earning things. I don't know. But they're limited on what they can and cannot do. If you're an apartment if you're like working in an apartment complex, you could be salaried. We learned that. You don't have to have a real estate license. And you could be a leasing agent, be paid salary. Can't receive any bonuses based on leases that you issue. You remember that $50 that you can earn by referring a tenant to the complex? I've heard that a way around the rule to compensate these salaried leasing agents, they're living in the complex, and for every new lease that's issued, they give them the $50. They give the leasing agent the $50 because now they put on paper that they're the ones referring them to comply with the rule. I thought that was interesting.
We
10.
had that.
Which state? Yes, there you go. Which statement is true regarding a lien filed by a broker under the Commercial Real Estate Sales Commission Lien Act? Correct answer is D. If you somehow, for whatever case, don't get paid the commission that you're owed for the sale or rental of commercial property, it's automatic that you can put a lien against the property for the amount owed. What is a lien? Do you remember? A lien is a claim for a debt, and you can foreclose to get paid on that debt. Basically enforce your lien. How do you do that? Through foreclosure. One difference between a general and a limited partnership is that B, limited partners make a cash or property investment. B as in Bravo. 12, which business entity may be registered as a real estate broker? C, limited partnership. 13, a broker is preparing to open Sunnyside Realty as a sole proprietorship and is placing an order to have an entrance sign made. Which wording does not need to be included on the sign? D is in Delta, the address. Any questions about that? Where must the sign be located? Near or about the entrance. Observable as you enter.
Can it be inside or has to be outside?
Yeah. Well, the question is, can it be inside? Yes.
How?
It can be inside or outside. Has to be visible as you enter. Well, there's a plaque outside as well. And that sign is not like what we're talking about here. Remember, the sign has to include broker's name, the trade name, and the words licensed real estate broker. 14, a licensed real estate broker and an attorney who specializes in contract law form a joint venture for the purpose of locating and selling to investors raw land that is suitable for commercial development. Which statement is true regarding this arrangement? Correct answer is C. Yeah, because they're independently performing real estate services for compensation. Both must be active brokers. How do I know they're operating independently? Because they're working together under a joint venture. That's temporary. This is not an appropriate brokerage entity that you can operate under. So you have somebody who's a broker, they're okay, they're in compliance. But then you have the attorney. And we don't see anything about the attorney also being a real estate broker. And don't assume that once you become a licensed attorney, you get your law license, they also hand you a broker license or real estate license. We don't see anything about that here, and we know that's not true. 15, a broker receives conflicting demands concerning a roof inspection report. Both the buyer and the seller claim the earnest money deposit the broker must. C is in Charlie. Institute one of the statutory settlement procedures within 30 days from the time the broker received conflicting demands. What are those escape procedures? Well, let's start with The acronym MAIL, M is for what? It would be nice to meditate on it, but we're going to call it mediation. It's okay. Mediation, not the first time I've heard that. Mediation, which is the buyer and the seller choose a trusted third party to make a non-binding decision. Arbitration, the best in our opinion. Buyer and seller choose a trusted third party to make a legally binding decision. You have to take their advice. Yeah. Litigation, I'll see you in. Judge will decide based on the facts of the case. That's going to be legally binding, and which you want to avoid, of course. You don't want to go to court. And then EDO stands for Escrow Disbursement Order, which is asking for whose advice? FREC. And if you ask FREC for their advice, do they have to give advice? If they give it, must you take it? Non-binding. If they give it and you take it, is FREC responsible? If you're sued because FREC gave you bad advice, does FREC reimburse you? Through the Real Estate Recovery Fund at a maximum of $50,000. Good job.
1,000.
Great job. Good review. 16. The sales commission rates applicable to various types of property sold in Florida are determined by agreement between all parties, broker and buyer or seller. B as in Bravo. 17, a real estate brokerage has one active broker who resigns unexpectedly. Wow, that's dark. Which statement regarding the vacancy of the only active broker is false? We know it's B because that temporary broker that you put in that position to give you more time to find a permanent solution is not 90 days. It's 60, yes. 18, in Florida, listings obtained and any commissions paid by the buyer or seller are? Yeah, it's D as in Delta, legally the property of the sales associate's employer. We already know that. Any business you bring to the brokerage, it's the brokerage's business. 19, which statement is false concerning the payment of an unearned fee or kickback? Yeah, it's A, because you cannot receive a referral fee by bringing business to a title company as we described. 22, brokers from different brokerages agree to work with one another to market a marina in Naples. One broker is knowledgeable regarding marinas. The other is an expert in the Naples market. They combine their expertise on this one listing, particular one. This business arrangement is called a joint venture. Yeah, temporary form of business to handle a fixed number of transactions, or in this case, one specific transaction. Oops. Correct answer, Susan Charlie. Any questions here? A referral fee, essentially. Might call it a rebate or unearned fee. Let's move on to Unit 6. Complaints, violations, penalties, pretty straightforward. Question 1. A person is eligible to seek recovery from the Real Estate Recovery Fund if that? Yes, exactly. Which means if you get a judgment against that individual that defrauded you, you already took them to court and you won. But if they don't have the money, they refuse to pay you, or they file for bankruptcy, then you can bypass and go to the recovery fund for reimbursement. But you do have to take them to court first. 2, the decision as to whether probable cause exists is made by a majority vote of the
D.
FREC's, yes, FREC's probable cause panel. D is in Delta. Number 3, which action would cause a license to be revoked without penalty? Correct answer is C. We didn't really describe this yesterday, but let me mention this to you because this is the only circumstance where they would take away somebody's license, revoke, but not hold prejudice against them, penalty against them, disciplinary action. And the only example that you're going to see and what you might have encountered in your textbook if you went back and read is you were issued a license by an administrative error. For instance, I'll give you an example so you can better understand. Instead of receiving a sales associate license in your email, because we know that's how they send you your license, it says real estate broker instead, what are you supposed to do? Open up a brokerage office, start hiring sales associates, build your empire. Okay, hypothetically, imagine you did try to do that, and they found out later on that the license was issued by error. Is that illegal for that person that tried to do that? No. The law says you need a broker's license to open up your own brokerage office. Well, that's my name. It says real estate broker. Is it illegal? No. Is it unethical? Yes. And if they find out, what will they do? Revoke your license, but not hold penalty, prejudice against you because it was their fault, their mistake, and they should have known what type of person you were. Yes. Yeah, but the person gave back the license right away. And that was the right thing to do. Anyhow, let's continue on. Is it going to happen to you? No, it's not. We're talking about like back when applications were submitted physically. Yeah, with paper, everything. Yeah, oh, human error all the time. But now we've eliminated that with all this electronic filing and so forth. For which statement is true regarding the denying of an application for licensure? What'd you get? Received assistance or cheated while taking the state exam. What'd you guys get? You got A, you got D, anybody else?
I got A.
Got A as an alpha? Yes, correct answer is A as an alpha. Okay, because remember, for D, where it says applicant had not completed pre-license, that's not a part of your application. That's not grounds for denying you. Remember, fingerprints for your background check, and then answering those questions truthfully, that's what gets you approved, right? Has nothing to do with you completing this class first. And that's why I even encourage you, right? Do your application and fingerprints now. You're not done with class. You don't have to wait until the end of class. Let's continue. Number 5, who prepares and submits a recommended order of findings and conclusions in a complaint case?
B.
It's B. DeBeepers, administrative law judge. 6, any order issued by the DeBeeper secretary or legally appointed designee that results from circumstances that pose an immediate danger to the public's health, safety, or welfare is called. Longest answer, C. Summary or emergency suspension order. Let me paraphrase number 7. You gave a real estate agent a deposit, $47,500. They scammed you out of that money. You took them to court. You won. You got a judgment against them for the original amount, the deposit, plus $15,000 in punitive damages. You were unsuccessful getting the money through the court system. So now you want to go to the real estate recovery fund. What is the most the recovery fund will reimburse? B as in Bravo. Why? Exactly. The initial money you lost due to the licensee. Can you claim punitive damages from the recovery fund? So that 50, the reason why you might have selected 50 is because you saw 62.5, right? But the only reason why it's 62,500 is because they added 15,000 of punitive damages on top, but you can't claim that. So it's out the window. You're back to the original amount and it stops there. 47,500. Correct answer is B as in Bravo. 8. The DRE is authorized to investigate a written complaint filed against a licensee. A, if the alleged complaint is legally sufficient. There are essentially 3 things that could make a complaint legally sufficient. Violates a Florida statute, a DeBeeper rule, or a FREC rule. If it doesn't, they won't investigate. 9. Which administrative penalty is issued by the DRE? It is A. Yep. Notice of noncompliance which is a warning as a first response to a minor violation, and then the option here, which is citation. 10, an associate was issued a formal administrative complaint. Go ahead and grab a seat, Bruno. Following a probable cause of termination, the associate was frightened after receiving the complaint and they didn't respond to their election of rights. So what is going to happen to this licensee?
C.
Correct answer is B as in Bravo. The case will proceed as an informal waiver hearing in front of the Florida Real Estate Commission. And you have within 21 days to respond to your election of rights. Dispute it, not dispute it, or waive your right to be heard, or if you don't respond, that's what happens. 15, a licensee received a citation for $1,000 for operating as an associate without an employer. The associate feels the citation was issued in error. How should they proceed? A, file a written objection within. Yeah, so you can either accept or deny the allegations. And you have to submit your response within 30 days. If you accept the allegations, that means they expect you to also fix it within that time period as well. Let's continue on. Otherwise, it turns into a final order. Could jeopardize your license, your status. 12, when payment from the recovery fund is made to satisfy a claim against a licensee and the claim was not the result of a broker complying with an EDO, the commission's action against the licensee must be mandatory suspension. 13, Florida Statute 455 requires that real estate licensees notify DeViper of conviction, plea, or adjudication of a crime within how many days? Within 30 days. It's called self-reporting. You're thinking of maybe 10 days to let FREC know that you resolve conflicting demands or something. 14, the FREC may not impose which disciplinary penalty? Easy enough, it's A. Can they put you in jail? No. Can they force you to pay somebody in a lawsuit? No. Can they recommend? Yes. They only have control over your license, administrative matters. That's the limit of their authority. The collective amount to be paid from the recovery fund as a result of any one real estate transaction may not exceed.
A.
What about from multiple? 150. All right, any questions here? Preguntas? No? All right. We're still making good time, so we're actually going to start with our session for today. Sound good? Let's actually begin with Unit 8. And then we'll go back to Unit 7. For exam purposes. The information in 7 is relevant for us to know about. However, you're not tested as heavily in 7 as you are in 8. And 8 is one of my favorite units because it's all about property rights. Well, just in general, as persons who want to buy property, don't you want to know what your rights are? When you actually buy property here in Florida, what are you entitled to? What you can, what you can't do with the property, limitations, restrictions. This is all relevant to us, just in general. So you're going to walk away with some really good knowledge, in addition to preparing ourselves for the state exam. Let's go through each one of these components. Let's actually start on page 178. To set the tone for this unit, Unit 8, is to understand some terminology. You'll see this terminology, section 8.1, line 7. We use these terms interchangeably, don't we? Land, real estate, real property. We think it means the same thing, or most people do. But they each have their own meaning, and we as real estate professionals should understand the difference. Let's go ahead and unpack each one of these terms together so we can speak the same language. What is land? Land is not only the surface of our planet, but everything attached to it by what? By nature. And they give you great examples. Trees and lakes, right? It includes products of nature found beneath the surface, such as oil, aquifers, limestone, natural resources, copper. So technically extends downward to the center of the earth and upward to the sky to infinity and beyond. Little Toy Story reference. So it's a little bit more prestigious than we initially thought. Now let's talk about the difference between land and real estate. Hold on one second. What is real estate? Real estate includes land. We know what land is now, but also man-made improvements to the land. What's a man-made improvement to the land? Give me one example. Yeah. What about roads? What about sewer systems? All of these, yeah, fences. All of these are examples of man-made improvements. So now what's the difference between real estate and real property, even though sometimes in our business we might use those two terms interchangeably? I can be fair and say that. There's a very subtle difference. And if you want to know the difference, it's here in front of us. Real property includes real estate. Now we know what real estate is, right? Which is land, man-made improvements to the land, but also includes something called your bundle of legal rights. In other words, the automatic rights that you receive upon ownership of real estate, which we should all know what those are. We'll talk about these later on in the unit. I'm going to come back to this. I just want you to understand the definition. And if you move a little bit further down, look on line 17. Real property and real estate are sometimes used interchangeably. Do you see that? So it's not the worst thing in the world, but I think you want to learn the correct verbiage, speak the correct vernacular. And if we move a little bit further down, look in the shaded box, definition of real property. I'm going to go through this with you. And we're going to add just a little bit more to it. It says real property, or sometimes called real estate, means any interest or estate in land, any interest in businesses, including any assignment, leasehold, subleasehold, or mineral rights. Do you see that? But let's focus on the word interest as it's used in this definition. It says real property or real estate means any interest or estate in land, any interest in businesses. What does the word interest mean as it's used in this definition? You tell me. What does the word interest, if you have an interest in real property, what does that actually mean? You want to take a guess? It's a good guess. I want you to write this down. Interest means some degree of ownership rights. Now the definition makes a little bit more sense. Real property, real estate means any ownership rights or estate in land, any ownership rights in businesses. We'll come back to this as well. But now we're basically unpacking each one of these terms so we can better understand what's going on here. Kene, did you have a question? Okay, Bruno? We'll talk about estates and tenancies later on in this unit. We'll discuss that. And I'll share exactly what estate means. And then this is something we already talked about in the beginning of this course, right? Cemetery lots, are those considered to be real property? No. The renting of mobile home lots? No. Therefore, do you need a real estate license to sell cemetery lots or rent mobile home lots? No. That's just confirmed for us once again. Let's move on. Let's talk about our next subject, physical components of land. You have air rights, surface rights, and subsurface rights. Let's talk about what that actually means. It's on the next page. They break it down for us. Now, surface rights, if you're not familiar, include land and water rights. There are two types of water rights you might be tested on. It's in front of us. Do you see them? And believe it or not, just like we've encountered Latin for other terminology, this terminology derives from French. This is actually French terminology. And you're going to see a whole lot of French throughout this unit. Why do we see French in a unit all about property rights and ownership and real property? It's because we as Americans, we adopted a lot of the laws and rules that the French people had already created, and it worked for them. We adopted those rules, maybe modified them slightly, slapped an American accent on these terms, but the terms are still French. And you can actually pronounce them with your wonderful French accent. I'm going to get you to help us out, Dominique. So let's start with this first one. I would say riparian, right? Riparian. How would you pronounce this with your wonderful French accent? Okay, that's a whole lot better, okay? Give yourself some credit. Yes, it sounds, we know French is beautiful, right? French is the most beautiful language. We can admit that. I don't speak French. Maybe we don't get along with French, but we can admit it. It's the most beautiful language. I would say second, and listen, we could debate about this. I'm not going to really debate you, but on my scale, probably Italian is number 2. Number 3 is Spanish, in my opinion. Yes, I would say so. And I think English is like right down there next to German. And anyhow.
Guess what? You mix Italian, French, and Spanish, you make Portuguese.
So you're saying y'all is on top.
So you're debating that Portuguese is at the top?
No.
It's a little bit partial, right? It's not like he's impartial. He's very partial to it. Very much so biased. Huh? There we go. Even more French terminology. You're teaching me something. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, so what is riparian rights? This is if your property is abutting, up against, or a flowing body of water, or you have a flowing body of water going through your property. Give me an example of a flowing body of water. River, stream, babbling brook, right? If you have riparian rights, which is included on your deed, that piece of paper that shows you have ownership in the property. It's not like, it's automatic. I have this flowing body. I have a river going through my property. I have automatically riparian rights. No. Must be deeded to you. But what does it entitle you to? What does it entitle you to? The right to use it, access to it, recreational purposes, kayak, fish, all that stuff. Nobody can stop the flow of that water through your property. Like dam it upstream. Nobody can divert it away from your property or even taint your water supply. What does that mean, tainting your water supply?
Poisoning.
Contamination, right? And you can sue them for violating this type of water right, riparian.
But they have the right to use it.
The water that's going through your property? Yeah.
Other people. Since it's not yours.
Potentially, is it public or is it deeded to you? If it's deeded to you, then you have the right to deny access to the public. So that's kind of what we're describing here, right?
Wisconsin, like side of the girl, you have to have this recreational right to like have rights on the river is not automatic.
It's not automatic. This is deeded to you. It's included on the appurtenances clause, the appurtenances section of your deed, which we'll talk about deeds in a later unit. It's going to be tomorrow, our introduction to deeds. And then even further, that point in unit 11. So it's going to be 9 and 11. Anyhow, I digress. This is riparian rights, but then we have another type of water right. This is also some French, if you can help us out with your accent. I would say littoral, okay? That just is, it sounds ugly. It sounds like a toilet. Littoral, yes. Once again, it's just, okay? You got to give yourself a little bit more credit here. Yes. It's a wonderful accent. Be proud of that. I say littoral, you say litoral, right? It's just like, it's more soft, it's sweet, it's a beautiful language. Okay. This is if your property is abutting up against a still body of water or even a tidal body of water. Give me an example of a still body of water. Yeah. Now be careful with ponds because a lot of the time, have you ever seen a pond in somebody's backyard in a subdivision? Maybe they put a fountain in the middle or whatever the case may be. They make it look nice, but that's usually man-made. They dug it out. It's a retention pond for rain, for storm water. It's runoff. So our neighborhood doesn't flood. It's a development requirement. If you're going to build in Florida, we want to make sure, because Florida is prone to flooding, you have a big retention pond where all the water can go. Now you know. Because that's impact on the land and so forth. They want to keep the land dry. So it's a technique and it's a requirement when you're building. EPA and local standards. Anyhow, developers, of course, they don't like it because now they're losing the land that they wanted to build on to just make this body of water, right? Dig it out. But maybe when they dig it out, they use the dirt. It helps them out. And then also the property they build around that body of water, they usually charge more for because now it's water view, right? They charge a premium for water view. So they try to make it up in a different way. That body of water, because it's not a natural body of water, it's not a lake, you most likely do not have littoral rights. If you look at the survey for that property, your property line stops before you hit that body of water. That's why the HOA takes care of mowing the grass around that body of water, that pond, the retention pond. They treat it for chemicals and so forth. But if you live on a natural lake, do you know how to identify if it's a natural lake? Lakes have names. Have you ever seen on maps where you see the body of water has a name on top of it? Lakes have names. Anyhow, if your property is on a lake and you have littoral rights, you look at the survey for that property, your property lines typically don't stop at the shore. They continue into the body of water, sometimes towards the center of the lake, like a slice of pie. And you're thinking, I own a piece of this lake? Well, technically you do. That's what this gives you. So it gives you the right to access, potentially put a boat dock, the right to build up to a certain distance, the normal high water mark or average high water mark. And of course, there's a lot of environmental restrictions that come along with that. But if it's a dry season, I'll give you an example. If it's a dry season and the water line recedes, what's revealed? More what? More land. And you'd actually own the land that's revealed. That's what this gives you. But what about tidal bodies of water, like oceanfront property? People have beachfront property, don't they? And the water line constantly changes. It's once again, you own the land out to the point where the land and the water meet, or what the EPA determines as an average high water mark. So you don't own to the center of the ocean. It would be nice, but no. And most of the time, beachfront is dedicated to the public for public access, right? But people do own privately owned beachfront property, and they can deny access to the public. Like the questions you were asking earlier. It is what it is. Now, before the last governor, Rick Scott, left office for Florida, he passed a bill to help hotel companies. Did you hear about it? Where hotel companies can deny access to the public for their beach frontage when it usually wasn't the case. So, you know, people like sit down with their kids playing in the sand and all that stuff, they can kick you out. Anyhow, let me share this with you and then we'll take a break. We'll go through the last couple of rights and then we'll take a break. More definitions associated with water rights. So let's learn some terminology. Can you pronounce this, Dominique? The first one. Thank you so much. If I said it, it just would sound nasty. If I say accretion, it sounds like something oozing out. It doesn't sound nice. But she said, no, it's acreción. It's the buildup of land from rock, sand, and soil. Alluvion is the new deposits of land caused by acreción. Erosion is losing your land due to natural forces. That's how the Grand Canyons were formed, right? Hold on one second. And relicción is the gradual receding of water. If water recedes, what's revealed? More what? Land. And if you have what type of water right, you might own the land that's revealed. Starts with the L. Litoral, yes. Say it correctly. Yes, Bruno.
So they consider the ocean as non-flowing?
Exactly. It's a tidal body of water.
Ocean is free for us.
Come again? Ocean is... Okay, listen, I'm getting schooled right now. Keep those French terms coming, okay? On page 180, we see subsurface rights. So we got done with surface, now subsurface, which is what? It's below, right? It's also referred to as mineral rights. Have you heard of mineral rights? Have you heard of people and companies selling or buying mineral rights? Have you heard of mining companies doing this? Maybe you watch some TV shows where they're like looking for gold. They lease out mineral rights for a piece of land so they can dig for gold and so forth. It's what we're talking about here. Now, sometimes property is sold without its mineral rights. In natural, if we're talking about land that has natural resources or there's a potential of it, sometimes they sell you the surface and the air rights, but they don't include the mineral rights, the subsurface rights, what's below. So if you're digging, you're gardening in your front or backyard, and you strike oil or something like this, it's actually not yours unless you have the mineral rights. And if they discover, oh, thank you for finding it, they'll probably either pay you a royalty if you agree to it, or if you disagree, they'll buy the property next door and drill under your property and extract it. It's happened in the past. Now, what I want to share with you, here in Florida, you don't have to worry about this, okay? Because here in Florida, there's not much of value found beneath our surface. So let's be honest with each other. I mean, if you dig far enough, you might hit what? Water. Water's valuable, but typically not the water that you dig 20, 40 feet down and find. This water is not potable. In Spanish, or derives from Latin, potable. It's not drinkable. You have to process it before you can actually use it in the home, because it's rich in iron and also sulfur. That's why, have you ever smelled when they're irrigating, watering the lawn, and it smells kind of like rotten eggs? Have you ever smelled that before? And then you see the staining on the side of the house, like this yellowish, orangish staining. That's because they're pulling the water from the ground deep in the earth to irrigate their lawn. It's cheaper. And it's actually better for your lawn if you do it this way, rather than paying the city to use their water, which is treated with chemicals, and spraying it on your lawn. I don't know if you're familiar with that. I'm just sharing some fun facts with you. So if you think they're using like sewer water to water the grass, no, they're using water from below the surface. What else can you find beneath the surface that has value? What? What do you mean specifically? Well, water supply for the house. If the only water source for the house is water that you're pulling from the ground rather than the city or the county providing water, that has to be disclosed. Also, sewer, like a septic system, that should be disclosed as well. This is something we talk about usually at the end, but I want to share that with you. And then if you hit aquifer, fresh water, this is where the name Aquafina comes from. Zephyr Hills, you know where Zephyr Hills is in Florida? There's a huge aquifer out there, and they bottle it up and sell it to the masses. Zephyr Hills water. It comes from Florida, Zephyr Hills, near Tampa. Sand is valuable too. Specific grains of sand. Did you know that? You're not, yeah, but you're not going to find that inland on Florida, maybe offshore in the Gulf, but really not inland. You're not going to see like oil refineries. You would have to own the mineral rights to have ownership of that. And then air rights, your rights to things above the surface. And no, you can't charge planes for flying over your property. Okay, it would be a great idea, but can't do it, especially now with drones flying overhead. Anyhow, can't do it. Air rights, I know we mentioned to the sky to infinity and beyond, but it's limited. It's only up to a height established by law. I don't know exactly what that height is off the top of my head, and you don't need to know it for exam purposes. The rules have changed with this toy that caught on with popularity. Now people use it for aerial photos and videos, drones, like the remote control drones. People use it in real estate too. Take nice photos. You have to register those drones with the FAA, Federal Aviation Association. And if you get caught flying above a certain height, taking video and photos, it's a $10,000 fine. Yeah, exactly. Sensitive airspace or whatever the case may be. Up to a height established by law. Now, something interesting, and you might be a little bit more well-versed on that than me, but something interesting. Have you ever seen, who's been to Miami recently? Oh my gosh, that's almost an entire class. You guys are partying too much, okay? So, I mean, now we have the Sunrail, so we can get there quick, right? It's from Miami. Yeah, from Miami. Okay. Last time I was in Miami, I lost count as to how many new condo high-rises they were building. Miami Beach, South Beach, I mean, they're just constructing like crazy. But here's the thing. When you're building that 60-floor condo building to the sky, you might be in violation of the neighboring property's air rights. Because air rights also includes the view. You might be blocking the view of the building behind you, that beautiful Miami Beach sunset, which brings their property value. And you might have to buy the air rights of the neighboring property for you to do that. Isn't that interesting? Same thing if you have a neighbor that have a big tree that's blocking the view of the lake. Right? You're violating my air rights. It has to do with view as well. It's quite limit what? The blocking of the view?
Like, how do you limit your rights versus mine? Like, if we have property next to each other, how do I know that is mine?
You got to know the rules. Comes down to it. Now we're learning the rules. You see why this is so important. And because people know the rules, either they enforce it to protect themselves or they take advantage of it. Yeah, they do. Well, of course. Well, I mean, New York is different from Florida because New York City, Manhattan. Have you ever been to Manhattan? They ran out of land. So there's only one way to build, up. So you'll see these old brownstones and they're constructing on top of them, building condos on top of existing buildings. So they buy the air rights of this building owner and say, no, you don't have to demolish this. We don't want to buy the whole thing. We just want to buy your air rights. They're like, you want to buy my air rights for $2 million? Okay, sure. And then they start constructing on top. Well, what are you doing? You sold us your air rights. This is the authority we have. We own the air above your property. And that's how people can develop when there's no opportunity. It's clever, right?
They do a lot of that on the $1 Million List in New York. They used to.
Hold on 1 second. What was the question, Tierney?
Fencing.
Fencing? Yeah, if you're blocking the view. It really, you're gonna have to fight for it. And it's gonna have to be justified in one way or another, but maybe you can get the city, county to side with you. You hire a lawyer and it's what you have to go through. But yes, you could enforce, hey, they're violating my air rights, then you have to justify it. So good luck on that journey. But let's take a break. Let's take a break. It's that time. I want you guys to be back at 6:10. A little bit more than 10 minutes. Stretch out, grab a snack, do what you got to do. Be ready to rock and roll. And yes, on $1 Million Listing, I saw that as well. It was pretty cool. On $1 Million Listing, I saw where they were selling air rights. All right, cameras on. Dominique, Jaleesa, cameras on. Let's get started. Let's get back to our textbook. Our next subject, we see section 8.2, real property versus personal property. I'm pretty sure most of us understand what personal property is. It's anything you can pick up and take with you, move off the land. There is a French term used to describe this. We see French again. It's in parentheses on line 17. It's called what? Chattel. You said it correctly. You said chattel, like Chanel, right? Good job. What was that? What is that? I'm not familiar with that. I know it's chattel. But personal property is what we're referring to. Give me an example of personal property. Yeah, any type of vehicle.
The pool? No, the inflatable pool.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what I meant.
You're making it difficult for me to confirm for you, you know? But yeah, we need to know the difference between personal property. We know what that is. And what we see on the next page, line 5, starts with the F. It's what? Yes, let me describe fixtures. Fixtures are items that were personal, but have been permanently attached to the real estate and thus now are considered to be real property. You'll see that in front of us. Line 6 and 7. They give you several examples of this, but that's the whole point of this section, to understand the distinct difference between these two. Because you know as well as I, arguments arise all the time, or you could just imagine this between buyers and sellers, owners and renters, as to which items should remain with the property as a fixture and which items could be taken when you move out. So we're going to clarify any of that confusion by using these methods to test for fixtures. We can use this to resolve conflict as to what should remain with the property, what could be taken as personal. Let's go through each one of these together. The first thing that you should rely on to help you relieve any confusion is intent of the parties. But what does that really mean? It means turn to the contracts. Turn to the contract and determine if that item should remain with the property as a fixture, or the seller was going to take it with them as personal. Yes, question.
The Mercedes thing.
It's personal property. Any vehicle is personal.
But it came with the property.
That was a bonus, but it wasn't a fixture, wasn't permanently attached to the real estate. So appliances, yeah, it depends, right? And it also depends on what's negotiated. So turn to the contract and see what was negotiated. If it says in the contract that none of the appliances are going to remain, they're going to be taken as personal. Okay, let's move on. What you're tested on here, relationship between the parties. We could be talking about one of two relationships. Obviously, the example I provided, seller and buyer. But let's talk about landlord and tenant and see how the rule changes. As a tenant, if you attach something to the landlord's property, I'll give you an example. What about a ceiling fan that you replace for something more decorative? At the end of the lease, do you have to leave that ceiling fan behind? Can you take it with you is what I'm asking.
Yes.
You could, as long as you return the property to its original what? State and or condition. You understand? So essentially, put the old ceiling fan back up and make sure you don't cause any damage. Okay, we'll come back to that because that's one of the methods to determine if it should remain or you could take it. We could be talking about commercial leases as well, and that changes things slightly. Think about a commercial lease. A business is renting a space in a shopping center. Think about a restaurant. Think about all of the wonderful items that they've attached to the real estate. With a restaurant, we're talking about the seating. We're talking about the walk-in refrigerator, the ventilation system, the hood system, all of these things. At the end of the lease, do you have to leave all your restaurant equipment behind? No. No matter what, you could take it with you because you can prove it's part of your business. These are called trade what? Business fixtures. And business fixtures can always be taken with you, are legally considered to be personal what? And removable by the tenant. So you don't have to leave these items behind. But if you remove it and it causes damage, you have to turn to the lease. You might be charged something to fix it, or you should fix it before you leave, whatever is negotiated. With commercial property is a completely different beast. It's basically you can write up whatever you want. Residential lease agreements, there are restrictions on what you can and cannot do and rules that protect the landlord and the tenant. Well, we're going to learn about that in Unit 7, which is today. We'll come back to that. But let's go to page 182. When you remove something, make sure you don't cause any damage. And that's what we see here, method of attachment. But what's more important is how it's detached. If you know it's going to cause damage, when you try to remove it, you should leave it behind. That's the rule of thumb. And the last item, it says adaptation of the item or article. In other words, leave it behind if it's not easily replaceable. And there's not so obvious things that you might be tested on. For instance, window treatments, blinds, curtains, rods. Can you remove a curtain without causing damage?
Yes.
Yeah, you just slide it off the rod. But because those curtains might not be easily replaceable, the buyer could fight for it. And that's why now they include it in a standard sale contract that you should leave those items behind. You should. Curtains, rods. Me personally, based on experience, I've represented sellers, listed their property for sale, and they try to take the blinds with them. And I had to have a hard conversation with them like, what are you going to do with these blinds? I know they're expensive when you add up all the windows, custom blinds. You think the next house you buy is going to have the same exact size windows? What are we talking about here? Leave behind the blinds. And of course, the buyer had a problem with that. I said, it's just not the right thing to do. Just leave them behind. You're better off doing that than end up in this heartache, right? It's not classy, in my opinion. It's a tacky thing to try to take the blinds. Don't do it. I know they cost a lot of money if they're custom, but leave it behind.
The thin square ones, so there's no paint like where it was. And I was like,
This is a fixture. It should remain. So your aunt could have fought for that. If you look at the sale contract and it was negotiated otherwise, I think that would have been very obvious. Like, I'm going to take all the mirrors out of the bathrooms. Like, what are we talking about here? Should have remained.
the
The
whole
whole
system.
system.
So you can have it in the garage. You had your own.
Some people don't know these rules to fight for it, and maybe they don't have good representation from the real estate agent that can inform them of these rules. I don't know. And was it in Florida? I don't know. Okay.
Keep the murals, but
No, that's very obvious. Only if you want to take it with you. I've seen where it was negotiated, and the buyer just didn't pay attention to this, but it was in the contract, that the seller was going to take the electronic entrance gate with them. Is like, a nice house with a very nice entrance gate, like that you punch in a code or have a remote to open up the gate to get into the driveway. And they negotiated, or they put in the contract that they're going to take that with them. And they did.
They had to hire a company to literally.
And it's not a good look, right? I mean, you have the crew out there removing the gate and you're like, you're taking the gate? What are we doing here? It just, I bought your house for whatever price. It should be included, you know?
Yeah, because gate is very expensive.
Very expensive. So now you're on the side of the seller that took it with him. You're thinking this is very expensive.
No, I'm saying like.
If my name, if my initials are on the, you know, like welded into the gate, then I might take it with me. But
There's a picture.
if you negotiate to take it with you, then everything's negotiable in real estate. Let's go to page 183. And I mentioned I would come back to this. Earlier, we talked about the definition of real property. Real property includes real estate. We know what real estate is, right? Land, man-made improvements. But also, real property includes the bundle of legal rights, the automatic rights you receive upon ownership of real estate. That's in front of us. So what automatic rights do you typically get when you purchase real estate? You need to know this for personal reasons. Everybody should know this. It's also called your basic property rights. And it forms an acronym to help us remember. Think of the acronym DEEP C, like deep sea fishing, but with the letter C. Let's go through each of these together so we can better understand. The D stands for what? Do you have the right to dispose of your property? Do you have the right to dispose of your property? Yes, you do. We're just talking about the automatic rights you receive upon ownership of real estate. Yeah, you should have the right to dispose of it. What's one way of disposing of your property? Yeah, selling it, giving it away, taking out a debt against it, or demolishing, as long as your HOA, lender, insurance company don't have a problem with you doing so. Do you have the right to quiet enjoyment of your property?
Yeah.
If your neighbors are disturbing the peace, can you call the cops on them? Yes, you can. Can you exclude people from your property, like trespassing people from your property?
Yes.
Yes, you can. So this is very obvious to us, right? The P stands for? Do you have the right to occupy? Let somebody else occupy, like renting it out, potentially. As long as there's no restrictions with that, yes. Or leaving it empty, vacant. And do you have the right to control your property, use it for legal purposes? Yes. And you can imagine if you're using your property for illegal purposes, could you lose your rights? And we'll come back to that, yes. Illegal, right, yeah. If you're using it for illegal purposes, could you lose your rights? Yeah, potentially. Question. Yes. And we'll talk about that. These are just your bundle of legal rights, your basic property rights, but those rights could be limited if you choose to live in a community that has their own set of rules. Who enforces those rules? Yes, we'll talk about it. I'm just talking about in general, then we'll talk about the restrictions. We haven't got to the restrictions yet. Estates and tenancies, you had a question. What is an estate? Those two terms could be used interchangeably. We need to know the definition. Definition is in front of us. An estate refers to the degree, quantity, nature, and extent of ownership rights that you may have in real property. So what extent of ownership rights do you have? Estate, the terms estate and tenancy could be used interchangeably, just so we're not confused, but they're divided into two general groups. We need to understand these general groups. Go to page 184 so we can better understand. You'll see them at the top. We see freehold and non-freehold, or also known as a leasehold estate. We'll describe the difference. What is freehold? If you have a freehold estate, if you own a freehold estate, what does that entitle you to? It entitles you to ownership for how much time? For an indefinite length of time. What does indefinite mean? It doesn't mean forever. Indefinite means unknown duration. We don't know when your ownership will end. That's what indefinite means. I'll come back to this. I'll give you some examples. But how does that differ from a non-freehold estate? Freehold means that you're free to hold the property as long as you like. Does that make sense? Is that easy to remember? Write that down. Freehold. Just break down the terminology. You're free to hold the property as long as you like. But then we come across a non-freehold estate. What do you think that means? You're not free to what? To hold the property as long as you like. And that's why it's also referred to as a what type of estate? Leasehold estate. I'm highlighting it. Think of a lease agreement. For a lease agreement, we have a known starting and ending date. And it's the right to occupy for a certain duration, a fixed time period. It's not ownership. It's the right to occupy. You understand the difference already? I'm going to give you some examples. Let's continue. To the different types of freehold estates, there are two in particular. You're going to be tested on this, I can almost guarantee. The one that you want, the one that everybody wants, and you will most likely get in the state of Florida is called a fee what? Simple estate. When you purchase property here in Florida, you want a fee simple estate. It's a type of freehold estate, but specifically fee simple means absolute complete ownership forever. This one is forever. This type of freehold estate. So you can pass it down for generations to come. You'll see it here. I'm going to explain. It could descend to your closest relatives, also known as your legal what? Heirs, if you've heard of that before. You see absolute, complete ownership forever. Of course, this is the one that we want. It makes sense. When you buy property, why wouldn't you want to own it forever? Fee simple is what is describing that. But then we come across another type of freehold estate. Starts with an L. It's called a what? Now, life estate is measured by the duration of somebody's lifetime. So they have ownership. Freehold does give you ownership, but measured by somebody's lifetime. And you're probably thinking, well, wait a second, why is this a freehold estate? Because sooner or later, we're all going to what? Die. But do you know when you're going to die? And for that reason, it's indefinite. Freehold means indefinite, unknown period of time. But you're probably wondering, okay, what happens when the life estate ends? That means the person, what? Passes away.
Right.
What happens with the property when a life estate ends? Let me describe that to you. You need to know this. You could be tested on it. It's on the next page. On page 185. What typically happens is this, on line 8. The estate reverts. That's why it's called the estate of reversion. The estate reverts to the original grantor, the previous owner, the person who gave the life estate. Let me explain how this works. You give a life estate to somebody. The deed stipulates it's a life estate is what you're giving them. They have the right to use the property as if they're the owner, even make it their homesteaded property. Do you know what homestead means? You're claiming it as your primary residence here in Florida. There's benefits that come with that. Anyhow, they have the right to use it as if they're the owner. They're not allowed to sell it to somebody else, transfer ownership to somebody else. All they have is a life estate. For their lifetime, they can use it, right? But when they pass away, estate and reversion means it goes back to the person who gave the life estate. An example, you're probably thinking, when would somebody do this? Maybe you have a relative. They're on their last leg. Eventually, probably sooner rather than later, they're going to pass away. And you have a lot of investment properties. You want to do something nice for them. You want to give them a place to live out the rest of their years, which is probably not much longer. So it's something generous you're doing. But you're not naive. You don't want to just sign over ownership, give them a fee simple estate, and then when they pass away, no guarantee you get the property back. You give them a life estate. Use it during their lifetime, but when they pass away, you're entitled to getting the property back. Now, the question I always get is, what if the person who gave the life estate passes away first? Question I always get. Exactly. Well, the question I have for you is, do you have a will? You know what a will is? A legal document that says, I want my property when I pass away to go to certain individuals. If you have that, then we know who it goes to. If you pass away with no will, we're going to talk about what happens in that circumstance, but probably going to go to your closest relative. You understand? Or the alternative is this. Check this out. Hypothetically, if I can get your attention, you give me a life estate. I pass away. But instead of going back to you, you stipulate you want it to go to a third party. That's what this is. It's called a remainder estate. So for instance, you give me a life estate, I pass away, but it's stipulated instead of going back to you, you want it to go to your child. That's what this is. It's called a remainder estate. And the person that you assign as the individual who's going to receive ownership is called a what? Starts with an R. Remainderman. You want me to repeat it? Okay. I'll repeat it. You give me a life estate, I pass away. But instead of going back to you, a state in reversion, you say, no, it's going to go to my child. That's called a remainder estate. As an alternative, that's what it's described as. And your child, who's going to receive ownership, is called a remainderman. Now, let's continue. As I mentioned, if you have a life estate, you can homestead. What does it mean to homestead your property here in Florida? You're claiming it as your permanent primary residence. You can own thousands of properties throughout the entire state of Florida, but only one can be your what? Homestead, your primary residence. Where do you live? And people file with the county for their property to be their homestead because it comes with protections and benefits. A lot of people don't know about this. Maybe the real estate agent that helped you out in the transaction said, don't forget to homestead your property. Because of the most popular feature, most people know about this, saving money in what? Property taxes. And who doesn't want to save money in property taxes? Did you hear that Ron DeSantis is trying to abolish property taxes? Yeah. I did. Just breaking news all the time. All right, so I think that's what's going to happen. They're going to experiment with it and see what happens if they start removing property taxes, that obligation, and how local municipalities can keep their operations going without that revenue from homeowners. Property values are also higher too, and people are paying in more money, but salaries haven't increased for all of these workers. So there's like surpluses in these counties, like the city hall and all these people that make the decisions and so forth, the leaders of, they choose how to spend the money that they're receiving from property taxpayers. Just like when you pay income taxes, right? And we see what our money is going towards now. I'm not even going to get into that. DOGE, you've heard of DOGE, right? The Department of Government Efficiency. Crazy stuff, what's going on. If you homestead your property, it's more than just a tax break that you get. You get protections, like protection of your family. If a married person dies, let me read this out to you, you'll find this interesting. If a married person dies and the family homestead was titled in the deceased person's name only, by operation of law, the surviving spouse receives a legal life estate, and the children are entitled as remaindermen. So it means they're eventually going to get it when the surviving spouse passes away. If there are no kids, the surviving spouse receives fee simple, absolute complete ownership forever. Isn't this interesting? That's what happens when you homestead. So it prevents one spouse from selling their primary residence from under their spouse's nose. Because even if that spouse's name is not on the deed, That's where they live. That's their primary residence. That's where they receive mail. It's where they have all their belongings. So this protects that spouse from the other one trying to sell it without their permission, essentially. If you homestead property, both spouses have to sign the sale contract, even if one of the spouse's names is not on the deed for the property. Interesting. They also have to sign the listing agreement. Both have to agree.
If they were both already in the deed, that's
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I'm just giving you a hypothetical. If both spouses' names are not on the deed, it still protects the other spouse. Yes, of course. Absolutely. Whoever has ownership rights in that property. Now, protection of the homestead. This is interesting. When you homestead your property, it protects that property from forced sale due to non-payments of personal debts. Give me an example of a personal debt, something that appears on a credit report. Credit cards, educational loans, medical bills, car, auto loans. Those companies that you have those personal debts with, imagine you stop paying on your credit cards. You have hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. They can't force the sale of your primary residence to satisfy that debt with them. That's nice, right? But what if you stop paying your property taxes? Even for your primary, they could take it. They could force the sale. What if you stop paying your mortgage loan payments? Can they foreclose? You'll see it here. Look. Does not prevent foreclosure of non-payment of property taxes, special assessments, HOA dues as well. You might have not heard that. Condo dues, vendors liens, which we have yet to discuss, construction liens, and so forth. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, HOA has more authority now than they've ever had in the past. I purchased property that's not located within a community that has an HOA. I don't. For my primary and for investment.
You don't?
No, because I want to do what I want.
Buy $1 million home? No, I thought you said I don't buy
Yeah,
houses.
that's what I heard. too.
Yeah, I don't buy house, we no HOA.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
I don't buy houses that are contained within a community that has a HOA. Yeah. The part of Winter Park that I'm in is it's the older part of Winter Park. It's like next to, I don't know if you're familiar with like Park Ave, that area. So no, none of that area has HOA.
I don't think you're agree, but when you buy a property that has HOA, you're not the owner of the property, because you can do nothing like, if they don't agree, you can't do it. So you cannot put lights to light up your sidewalk, you can do nothing.
It's all kinds of stuff. We'll talk about restrictions in a moment. We'll talk about it. I promise you. Most people only know about this benefit that comes with homesteading. And here's the thing. I know we're venting about it. We feel a certain way about HOAs. You guys are very passionate about it's going to turn into a mutiny in just a moment. But anyhow, we'll talk about our frustrations with HOAs and restrictions in just a moment. There's going to be a section where I'm going to share some information with you, and you're going to learn some stuff. But you got to know the rules of your community, know what you can and cannot do. Most people only know this benefit that comes with homesteading your property, the tax benefit. You get a tax exemption of up to how much? What does it say? $50,000. I will show you in Unit 18 how you can get up to the $50,000 threshold. You have to qualify for it. We'll talk about what makes you qualified. And you could even get more than that, but that's going to be in Unit 18 when we learn about this next week. The question I get from time to time, okay, Michael, how do I file my homestead? Anybody a homeowner? How do you file your homestead? You go through the county, yeah. You do it with the county, but now all the counties allow you to file online. You submit an application online. And you don't have to renew every single year. It automatically renews for you. And they even send you a letter usually that says, it's still your homestead. If you disagree with this, if you moved out to another property, then notify us. You can only have one, and that comes with all these benefits. The size of the homestead is limited. What I mean by that is you can have up to 160 acres if it's outside of the municipality, city, or up to a half an acre if it's located within the city. And personal property. Homestead protections include $1,000 of value of personal property. It's a complicated thing. It's not like insurance. It's like it's something a little bit different than that. I'm going to come back to it. We'll talk about taxes in Unit 18. We talked about freehold and the two types, fee simple, life estate. Now let's talk about non-freehold. Also referred to as a what type of estate? Keyword, lease. What is a lease? A lease gives a tenant the right to occupy for a known duration, starting and ending date, correct? It does not involve what? Ownership interests. It's the right to possess, occupy for a known duration. It's one that a tenant possesses. Now, there are different types of leases depending on the duration. What do you think is the most common duration for a lease agreement? 1 year, 12 months, right? 1 year lease, like an apartment. And that's referred to as an estate for years. An estate for years, which is measured by a certain number of years. Could be 1 year, like the most common, or even up to 99 years. I mentioned this to you previously. I mentioned Celebration. When Disney constructed or developed Celebration, which is not owned by Disney anymore, what they sold to people was 99-year lease agreements. So the agreement was when the 99 years end, you have to give it back to the Disney Corporation. This form of ownership does not exist anymore in Celebration. It's since changed and now it's fee simple. I just wanted to share that with you.
Wait, so what is people?
It's the people who basically govern it and got it from Disney was a Chinese real estate investment company. No, it's not Disney anymore. Yeah, they sold. Check this out. Now Disney's new project is Golden Oak.
But they were forced to sell, right?
No, they were not forced.
They were being very
They were paid handsomely for that project. So, and listen, if you know anything about Celebration, when it was brand new, was anybody around when Celebration was brand new? It was kind of eerie when you drove through Celebration. It was like Pleasantville, if you've ever seen the movie. Everything had to be picture perfect. They had a curfew. Did you know? When Disney owned it, you had a curfew. You couldn't be out past 10 p.m. Yeah, it's a true thing. And their HOA was wild. They were the most strict you can imagine because they wanted everything picture perfect, right? So they had people like an army of HOA enforcers that would drive around the community constantly and check for violations. Oh, the basketball hoop, put it to the back or the side of the house. Your garbage can, violation because you didn't put it back after it was collected. Grass had to be approximately 3 to 4 inches tall. They'll come with a ruler and measure it. It was wild. Listen to this one. You had to decorate for every holiday, even if you didn't celebrate it.
They had a certain type of person.
So for Christmas, they rephrased it so they can get away with it. You had to put up holiday lights. Okay? And for instance, Halloween, you had to put up autumn decorations. You had to put it up and you had to take it down immediately. Otherwise, you get fined for that as well. Did you have a comment? Yeah, it is wild.
It's like holidays. They would be perfect for that area because they
Bunch
want
of
all the
Karens.
people.
It's not like that anymore,
Yeah.
but I can see how that might be accurate. They sold that development. When somebody offers a whole lot of money and
So he did it more.
an ungodly amount of money. Yeah. Let's talk about a tenancy at will, which is another type of leasehold estate. It's like a week-to-week or a month-to-month agreement. Have you ever heard of a week-to-week agreement? Week-to-week. What about, yeah, that could be. What about those places, it looks like a hotel, but you rent on a weekly basis? They call them an extended stay. Have you heard of that before? That's what we're talking about. You basically renew your lease agreement every single week. And a month to month, as you mentioned, very popular. Sometimes landlords will only give their tenants a month to month, or they have a stipulation that says, hey, when this 1 year lease ends, if you don't sign to renew or get out, it reverts to a month to month at probably a higher rental rate. What do you need to know? If you want to terminate a week-to-week or a month-to-month agreement, landlord or tenant, either party wants to terminate, you have to give the other party prior notice. How much notice must you give to terminate a week-to-week? 7 days. And for a month-to-month? Used to be 15, now 30. So now you have to give 30 days notice if you want to terminate a month-to-month agreement. Go to the next page, page 187, and we see the last type of leasehold estate. Tenancy at what? Sufferance. Sufferance. This is interesting. I get to share something with you that you probably should know about. This is when a lease agreement ends, but the tenant does not want to vacate or renew, sign a new lease. So they're staying in occupancy beyond a legal tenancy. They're essentially squatting on the property. Have you heard of squatters before?
Yeah. Squatters' right.
We'll talk about squatters' rights later on. We're not going to get into all the details, but I want you to understand that this could be an example of that or leading to it. Tenancy at sufferance. What helped me remember this for my exam, and you are going to be tested on it, question number 1. First question. The tenant is making the landlord what? Suffer. We'll help you remember. Yeah. They also describe it as the tenant being in what possession? Naked possession. And you're probably wondering, how does that make sense? Naked, are they physically naked in the property running around? Is it? No. It's because, okay, what can I use to help you? Do you know about luxury watches? Okay. When you're selling a luxury watch, like a Rolex, you want to sell it with paperwork to authenticate it, right? It brings a certain premium to the watch if you have the original paperwork. Correct? Okay. But sometimes people lose the paperwork. They tear it up, throw it away, whatever the case may be. You could still sell that watch, but now it's worth less money because you have to give it privately authenticated. You don't have any paperwork to cover it, and that's why they say you're selling the watch naked. Same thing for a tenant that doesn't have a lease to cover them. They're in naked possession because the lease has ended and they refuse to leave. Tenancy at sufferance. Tenant is making the landlord suffer. Yeah, you have to follow legal action. We'll talk about all of that soon.
Yeah, that's
Even
60
before
days,
that,
right?
every-
You, the cop go there.
Why are you trying to bring this up?
There's professional squatter.
I had to deal with one.
Really?
Isn't there a professional group that removes squatters too?
Yeah, in California, there's this
I
guy.
had to deal with them too.
He's like, we throw some rats in there.
No, so he spies on them, like stakes out the house, and then watches when they leave, and then he breaks in and then says, "No, I live here now." That's what this guy is, like the squatter exterminator. No, he takes all their stuff. He does what they did to the owner. Squats in it, and now the law is on his side, but the law obviously needs to change because there shouldn't be laws to benefit squatters, but people manipulate the rule. And they forge lease agreements, and then you got to take them to court and get like a signature expert and all of this stuff. All right, but that's like California, that's like very liberal states. Here in Florida, we're more of a we're a landlord friendly state versus like New York, Massachusetts, California. Landlord friendly. Texas, Florida, there's more rights for the landlord than those other states. Let's talk about sole and concurrent ownership. What does sole mean? So it's a form of ownership by how many individuals? You got it. And that's why they call this having an estate in severalty. In other words, your ownership is severed from everybody else. I'm going to talk about something that's not so obvious that is brought up in this section. And actually, these next couple of paragraphs, we're actually going to be talking about marriage law that exists here in Florida. You know, marriage law is different from state to state. Who got married here in Florida? Anybody? Okay, only me, I guess. And you should consider yourself lucky if you get married here in Florida versus other states like California, because in Florida, we believe in something called separate property. Do you see separate property? That means anything that we acquired prior to marriage is what? Is ours. Other states like California, Washington, Oregon, they believe in community property. That means everything you own once you get married is what? 50-50, right down the middle, including businesses too, unless you get them to sign a prenup.
Yeah, the ones in Cali, we prenups.
Well, I'll tell you some very famous and very expensive divorces. Bill and Melinda, say it, Gates. They didn't have a prenup, and they ended up in that situation where right down the middle. Jeff and Mackenzie Bezos, they didn't have a prenup or either, and they had to split right down. And overnight, once the divorce was settled, she became a multi-billionaire because you got Amazon stock and all kinds of stuff. She got a piece of the business. She donated most of it.
He's like, you don't need all this.
I wish I was her best friend. Maybe me and my wife, like, hey, listen, can I have a hall pass just so I can, let me talk to Mackenzie for a little bit, okay? Can we be a throuple? You know, there's a long-term plan here, you know?
It's an investment. Yeah, best investment.
I will sacrifice for the family. Anyhow.
You do?
Anyhow, here in Florida, we get our separate property back. However, what about all the wonderful things we acquired during the marriage? How is that going to be treated in Florida? What I'm describing to you is marital assets. Do you see marital assets? Anything you acquired during the marriage in Florida is going to be divided what? Not equally, but look on line 18. It says equitably. What does equitably mean, though? Equitably means what's fair. Okay, who determines what's fair? Exactly, whoever has the best lawyer. You got it. It gets settled in divorce court, right? The judge will ultimately decide, but we know how that goes. So it gets divided equitably Because what's fair is not equal and what's equal is not fair, right? Especially in divorce. It really depends on who has the custody of the kids, who has supported a certain lifestyle to the other spouse. That's why sometimes spouses have to pay alimony, child support, and so forth. No, it's not 50-50, but the federal, this administration has proposed something about that. Like they're getting away with all the 50-50 stuff. And it's going to be based on other factors. I don't know how that's going to go, but we'll see. Like, what is this? What celebrity? Let me give you an example. Kim and Kanye, right? When they got divorced, he had to pay her $200,000 a month in child support. Yeah. $200,000 a month in child support. No, total for all the kids. What was that?
The black one.
Come again?
The black guy, the black guy.
B-Rock.
Oh, Tyrese. My
No, the black one. The joke one.
Yeah, that's Tyrese. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the one that cries all the time?
He got the hi.
Baby boy cries all the time. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. What was that? There was another thing I wanted to share with you. I can't remember it, but anyhow, let's continue on. What we see next in figure 8.6, if I'm not mistaken, yes, is co-ownership now. We just got done talking about sole ownership, which is how many individuals owning the property. 1. Now let's talk about co-ownership, which is how many people. 2 or more. You'll see that on lines 24 through 26. You see 2 or more? But there are 3 types of co-ownership. 3 types of co-ownership. And I want to go through each one of these. Let's go through it together. The first one, you'll be tested on several questions. At least more than one. Tenants in common. Do you see that? Tenancy in common or tenants in common? What is this referred to as? 2 or more individuals that want to own the property together, they might structure it as a tenants in common. But what features come along with structuring it in this way? Let's go through these features so you can better understand if you want to go this route or one of these other 2. With a group of investors, maybe buying this office building, for instance, you can structure your ownership amongst one another in different ways. Let's talk about these options. So, across the board, all 3 of these, let's be clear, it's concurrent ownership. 2 or more individuals own the property together. And across the board as well, it's undivided possession. So it's for the property as a whole. Not you own the east wing of the property, I own the west wing of the property. It's for the entire property. But tenants in common is different for some features that we see here. Each owner, each tenant in common to that property can have the same percentage or different percentages of ownership. Imagine we're all tenants in common for this office building. All of us, we have co-ownership with one another. Dominique, you can have 5%, I can have 4%. Jose can also have 4%. And we can become owners at different times as well. We can bring a new owner in later on and give them whatever percentage. We see that here in front of us. Same or different time, and we can be on the same or different titles reflecting the ownership or the percentage we have. The main reason why this one is different from the other 2 is based on what happens when you die as a tenant in common. Look up here, I'll give you an example. If we all are tenants in common for this office building, I pass away, as we can see, this type of co-ownership has no what? What does it say? No right of survivorship. Do you see no right of survivorship? But what does that mean? To understand what it's not, you have to understand what it is. Right of survivorship means whoever is the surviving owner gets more ownership inherits more ownership from the person who passes away. Do you understand? But this one doesn't have that. So look up here. This is the example. We're all tenants in common for this property. I pass away. What happens with my percentage of ownership? There's no right of survivorship, so it doesn't go to you. It goes to my legal what? Yes, my closest relative, my next to kin, if you've heard of that before, my lineal descendant. That's how this is structured. Well, whoever I specify in a will. Now, we're going to jump to joint tenancy. I'll talk about tenancy by entireties in a moment, but let's focus on joint tenancy. Joint tenancy, the difference. Each person now has to have the same what? Percentage of ownership. So let's switch it up. Here's the example. We're all joint tenants now for this building. Each one of us have to have the same exact percentage of ownership. And the only way to do the math properly is for all of us to become owners at the same what? Yeah, you got to know how many total people to give each person the same amount, right? And you'll see a feature of that, don't you? Ownership at the same time, and we have to be on the same deed. Yes. But this does have the right of survivorship. Unlike tenants in common, joint tenancy does have the right of survivorship. And I like to say, whoever survives, thrives. If we're all joint tenants for this office building, I pass away, what happens with my percentage now? Because this has right of survivorship, my percentage gets equally divided among the surviving joint tenants. And whoever is the sole survivor will end up with a fee simple estate. Absolute, complete ownership to themselves, 100% ownership forever. Not with joint tenancy. That's why you might choose tenants in common if you're looking for that. If you go to page 189, let me show you a feature of the joint tenancy. It's on line 20, line 20.
Yes.
Okay, look on line 20. As a joint tenant, if you want to sell your share, are you allowed to do so? Look what it says. Line 20. Yes, you can. But whoever you sell your share, your percentage to, since they're not one of the original joint tenants, they can never be joint tenants with the rest of the owners. You'll see it here. It says instead, it's on line 23, whoever the new owner that you sold your percentage to will be a tenant in what? Tenant in what? Common. Without the right of survivorship. And we know the features of right of survivorship, right? Let me give you an example. Let me give you a visual of this. We're using all of us. We're included on it. Let's just say all of you are joint tenants. But Tyranny, she takes her percentage, she sells it to me. Is she allowed to do that?
Yeah.
Yes, she can. As we learned, as a joint tenant, yes, you can sell your percentage. So she's out, I'm in. I have a percentage now. But since I'm not one of the original joint tenants, like the rest of you, I can never be identified or recognized as a joint tenant. I would be a tenant in what? As an outsider, I would be a tenant in what? In common. Which means if I pass away, what happens to the percentage I purchased from Tyranny? It goes to my legal what? Heir, my closest relative. If one of you dies, the original joint tenants, do I get a piece? No, I'm an outsider. No, I'm not one of the original. Your percentage gets divided equally among the surviving original joint tenants. That's the difference. But now we come across, I skipped over this, tenancy by the entireties. Let me share something with you. Tenancy by entireties is just like a joint tenancy. But the only difference is between a what? Married couple. So it has the features of a joint tenancy, but it's between a married couple. Each spouse is 100% ownership. They become owners at the same time, same deed, and they do have the right of survivorship. So surviving spouse inherits, gets ownership. Do you have a question? Depends on your objective. All the co-owners would have to decide if that's the best structure. Maybe all of the owners, you have an investor group, you want to do joint tenancy because they want to be protected. Just in case you pass away, you don't try to give it to somebody that is going to conflict with how we want to run our business.
How about?
Huh?
How about couples?
What about a
So
couple?
couples can do tenancy by
No, this is not automatic between a married. It's not like when you get married, that's how ownership is structured in a property. You have to stipulate this with your spouse. Let's continue. I want us to move on. By the way, on page 189, highlight this so you can read through it later on tonight, the difference between homesteading and what we just discussed, tenancy by entireties. Okay, let's continue. Our last subject of this unit. We're almost at break. You want to just knock this out? It's not going to take much longer. Okay. Our last subject of this unit is co-ops, condos, and time sharing. Understanding what these are and what comes along with having a co-op, condo, or a timeshare. A little bit different type of ownership, potentially. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about co-ops because I can almost guarantee out of your entire illustrious real estate career, I can almost guarantee you're not going to sell one co-op. It's just not a common thing here in the state of Florida. Maybe up north, but Florida, they just don't exist really. But why? What are they all about? You'll see after I go through the details with you guys why it's not really popular. The main reason I would say why it's not popular is because if you buy a co-op unit, you never get a deed in your name. The deed is never going to be in your name by buying into this co-op concept. So how is it? A co-op is usually a multi-unit building, like an apartment building, like a condo building, that is owned by a what? So it's not owned by you, even though you buy into it. It's owned by a corporation. The corporation has the deed in their name for the land and improvements. Corporation holds title to land and improvements. Unit owners, in order to have a co-op, you have to buy shares within the corporation. You'll see that here. Unit owners buy shares of stock in the corporation, which does not entitle you to a deed. You don't get a deed in your name. You get something called a proprietary what? Yeah, a proprietary lease is basically like a forever lease. It's basically the right to occupy forever. But if you own a co-op, not really own, but you're utilizing a co-op as if you're the owner, you still have to pay dues typically every single month. Like association dues, a co-op association. So you never get a deed in your name and you still have to pay dues every single month. Maintain that complex. And check this out. Look on line 30 and 31. Transfer of ownership for a co-op occurs or is accomplished when you sell the stock that you own within the corporation. So by selling your stock, you're getting out of your quote unquote ownership for the co-op. We'll be the new quote unquote owner. But really all they get is a proprietary lease. The corporation still has the deed. Let's continue on. Go to page 192. We talked about this in a previous unit, in unit 5, specifically when we were describing conflicting demands. Do you remember conflicting demands? The buyer and the seller are fighting over the deposit because the transaction fails? Okay. There were 3 reasons in which the deposit is going to be given back to the buyer, no questions asked. Do you remember this? One reason was because they have the right to cancel the sale contract within a certain time period. And that's what we see in front of us. Here are the rescission periods that exist in our business, but it's for a specific property. You have the right to cancel the sale contract within how many business days? For resale, co-ops, and condo units. Meaning that the condo and co-op is not brand new. You have 10 calendar days to cancel the sale contract when buying what? Timeshare. And you have 15 calendar days to cancel the sale contract when buying a condo from a what? Which indicates that the condo is new. Do you know the difference? 3 business days if it's resale, but 15 calendar days if you buy from a developer, basically if it's new. Yes, after you sign the sale contract. We're talking about within 15 calendar days from signing the agreement that you want to purchase, not after you close. After you close on the property, you are stuck with it. You understand what I'm saying? You know what a condo is, right? Condos are a dime a dozen. I mean, throw a rock, you'll hit a condo complex. And it's a very popular investment for developers because they can do more with a smaller piece of land. They can build up multi-unit building and then sell those units individually. But when you buy a condo, you actually get a deed in your name, which is better than what we saw with co-ops, right? That's why this is a little bit more attractive. But even though it's a nice introduction, a more affordable introduction to home ownership, condos are usually more affordable than buying a single family house, right? Historically. We're not talking about penthouses in a condo complex, Miami Beach. All right? We're talking about the average condo is usually cheaper than a single family house. So people that want to become homeowners, they might go the condo route. But the part that people don't like with condos is paying what every single month typically? Condo dues. You know what condo dues are, right? Okay, so condo dues is money that they collect from all of the condo owners within the complex to pay for common elements. What are common elements? Everything important to the condo complex. Yes, the amenities like the pool, the gym, the basketball, tennis court, but it extends beyond that. The roofs, the walls, the elevator shafts, the stairwells, the maintenance, the landscaping. All of the owners contribute towards maintaining that condo complex. And historically, those are more expensive than the dues you would pay if you buy a single family house, right? HOA dues in a single family subdivision, maybe $100 a quarter or something like that. But when you buy a condo, maybe $400 a month in condo dues, depending on where you buy. But this is disclosed to you when you want to buy a condo. They have to tell you what the dues are. You got to prepare yourself for it. Now, what I want to show you is based on that. It's all the relevant condo disclosures. The appropriate condo disclosures, page 194. Highlight this. It's right here on this list. What I skipped over is summarized for us on this list. When you're buying a new condo, how do I know it's new? You bought from where? A developer. You have to provide these 2 unique disclosures. No problem. Which is the prospectus. What is a prospectus? You'll see it back on line 24. It's a summary. It's a summary of all the important disclosures. And the estimated operating budget is also something unique for new condos. Why? Because if it's brand new, they have to estimate. They don't know exactly what the dues are going to be every single month. The developer makes it up. If they've been in the business long enough, then they know approximately how much it's going to be. Hopefully they overestimate and don't underestimate what the dues are, because once you become the homeowner or the condo owner, you're going to be stuck with whatever those monthly expenses are. When you're buying a resale condo, meaning it's not brand new, not from a developer, you'll see these 3 unique disclosures. Most recent year-end financial report, the rules of the association, which could change, governance form. You might be wondering, what is a governance form? All it is a document you sign that says, I know my rights and responsibilities as a unit owner. It's a corny thing. It's like a pamphlet. What to expect as a condo owner, that sort of thing. And no matter if it's new or resale, these documents must always be provided to the prospective buyer. And by the way, these documents are recorded in the public records. What does that mean for you as a sales associate? If you're going to sell a condo, you need to make sure you pull these documents from public records and attach it to your listing. Because whoever's going to submit an offer on your condo, they have to sign off on receiving all of these disclosures. So you have to have those ready, prepared to present. Articles of the incorporation, bylaws, which could change, FAQs, milestone inspection report. This is new, by the way. These are new. Structural integrity, reserve study, turnover inspection report. There's a big problem in Miami with this. Have you been paying attention? Because of what happened with Surfside, a lot of people lost their lives because a condo building collapsed. And now the state of Florida has to comply with making sure the condo is structurally sound. It has to meet certain standards. So if it's an older condo and it's before the building codes had changed, they might have to spend hundreds of thousands, if not millions, to update things. And who pays for that? All of the unit owners. All of the unit owners. So they equally divide those expenses. And then your dues go up crazy. And then the insurance, because of what's going on as well, is going up crazy with condos. I have a unit owner that I'm representing right now. I helped them purchase the condo, and I feel horrible about it. Because when they bought it, it was a good investment. They had it as a rental property. And the dues were about $300 a month, maybe a little bit more. Now the dues are $2,700 a month because of the new changes. It was an older condo that they bought, and they have to comply, and they split the expense between all of these owners, and the reserve is specifically. Exactly. They can't.
Nobody's gonna buy it.
Exactly. So I'm listing it for sale. Who do you think wants to buy it? Nobody.
Can the owner fight that or like meet with other
Yeah, there's a
owners
class
to
action
kinda-
lawsuit in the community because of what's going on, but who knows how far that's going to go. Meanwhile, they can't afford the dues. So what's going to happen? Well, they're going to get foreclosed on. Is that right? Now, yes, condo association can foreclose if you don't pay. Let's talk about time sharing. Who knows about time sharing? Okay. Has anybody sold time sharing here? Raise your hand. Okay. One of us. You know about you work at a timeshare resort, okay? Timeshare is a unique concept. Does anybody, you want to describe what timeshare is for the class? I can, okay. Then the name describes what it is. You're sharing time. You essentially, the concept, how it was created, you buy 1 week of ownership for a specific unit within that timeshare resort. And you get to use it that 1 week that you purchase during the year. If you bought week 52, that's the week that you get to utilize it. Every year, essentially, for the rest of your life. So that's the concept. There are other programs that might be contrary. I'm not going to get into points and all of that stuff. Okay. But that's how it was originated. I mean, don't ask me how they got away with selling 1 week of ownership, fractional ownership. That's a crazy concept. But we get the claim to fame. We're famous for timeshare because we're the vacation capital of the planet. Timeshare, in my opinion, would not exist if it didn't originate or become so popular here in Orlando. And who gets most of the credit? David Siegel. He's a pioneer of timeshare, which is Westgate Resort. I don't know if you're familiar with Westgate. And they still exist, and they're still selling. Who's heard something negative about timeshare? Raise your hand. Everybody's heard something negative. I hate to break it to you, though. Yes, there are timeshare resorts that give timeshare a bad name. But timeshare is not going anywhere. And every hotel chain is in timeshare now. Do you think Marriott is going to jeopardize their reputation by selling something that's scammy and illegal? No, they won't. Disney sells timeshare as well. I don't know if you're familiar with that. It's called DVC, Disney Vacation Club. Yes, everybody's in timeshare because it's so lucrative. You can sell that unit 52 times over at $20,000, $30,000 a week. Think about how profitable that is versus just selling it outright. The whole, ownership forever for the whole unit, just like a condo. It's way more profitable. And all of the owners of the units pay towards property taxes and maintenance of the resort. But a fraction, right? So it's a lot less than what you might initially think, but you still have to pay, and maybe people don't like paying that, but timeshare is not going anywhere. So what I want to share with you is you have a unique opportunity. If we were taking this class in Tallahassee, I wouldn't talk about timeshare. There would be no point in telling you guys about timeshare. But because we live in Orlando, we sell the most timeshare out of anywhere on the planet. We break records all the time. And once you get your real estate license, there's an opportunity for you guys to also get involved in timeshare sales. I know we go into it with this prejudgment like it's something negative, but timeshare works if you use it. But you got to know what you're getting into. That's the thing. It's an alternative to how you normally vacation. They call it vacation ownership for a reason. And this is usually the pitch behind it. Can I share with you guys the pitch? Okay. If I can recall. Every timeshare resort is pretty much the same pitch.
Yeah.
Who vacations at least 1 week out of the year? Participate. Who vacations at least 1 week out of the year? If you're not raising your hand, you're lying, okay? Even if it's 2 days, 5 days, 4 days, 3 days, extended weekends, does it add up to at least 1 week in the year? Yes. And when you go on vacation, where do you normally stay? Hotel, motel, Holiday Inn. And you know what it looks like, right? It's probably half the size of this room. Small bed, small TV, small kitchen if you have one, small bathroom unless you pay more what? And at the end of your vacation, instead of, well, you have beautiful memories with you and your family, but what do you get in exchange for your hard-earned cash? You get receipts. And good luck trying to claim any type of deduction with the IRS for when you're on vacation. It's not going to fly, okay? You're going to have to pay taxes on top of that. Yikes. But what if for the same amount of money you're spending anyway, tell me you're spending $60 a night staying in Hawaii. Probably not the case, but whatever, we can use those numbers. What if for that same amount of money you're spending anyway staying at those hotels, I'll put you in something like this. 2-bedroom, 2-bath condo, all the conveniences of home, full-size kitchen. Save money when you're on vacation. Why? Fill it up with groceries. Eat a meal inside this apartment when you're on vacation with your family. And then mom and dad have their own room. Kids have their own room. You don't get that in a hotel. Everybody just mashed together. So you can pitch those intimate moments you can spend with your loved one on vacation, which you don't normally get. You want to save money as much as possible when you're on vacation, right? What if I can show you can save money by doing it this way? And this is something that you can leave to your kids as well. They can vacation like this. Doesn't this resort look beautiful, right? All the amenities. Oh, you don't want to vacation here every single year? That's okay. Let's put wings and wheels on it. And you can have a different view every single year because we have an exchange program. Pay a small exchange fee, and you can exchange your 1 week in Orlando for somebody else's week in Bahamas or in Hawaii. So that's okay. Yes.
Okay.
Credit card and ID, please.
Have you sold it before?
My first job ever was selling timeshare. When I first got into real estate, I was 18 at the time. I started in timeshare because my mentor told me, he asked me, do you have any sales experience? And I said, I've been selling my entire life. I sold t-shirts, I sold CDs, I sold candy, I sold bracelets, I sold everything. I was one of those kids in school that was always selling something. Legal things, okay? And I thought, oh yeah, I've been selling I know how to sell. He said, no, you don't know how to sell. Go do timeshare. Go do timeshare because he was good friends with people that are running the timeshare and he knows about the sales training. He's like, it's the most amazing sales training. Go see this person, work at this resort, get their training, and then we'll have a different conversation. It was the best, mind-blowing, first of all, but the best experience I've ever had in my entire life. And I'm not saying that for what you might be thinking. I'm saying it because of the sales training. They taught me the psychology of sales. I couldn't believe it. I was thinking, okay, I definitely don't know how to sell. They taught me how to create a problem, how to fix a problem, how to build urgency, and how to close. And tailor my presentation to the person that's sitting in front of me because their buying objectives might be different from the next person. Being able to ask the right questions to unlock what personality you have so I can understand how I approach selling to you. Where do you get that? It's so unique, and that's what you get in timeshare training. And then, first of all, they took a chance on me. I was the youngest sales rep they hired in company history out of 150 reps at the time. And I struggled in the beginning because I'm 18. I got to get out of my own way and I have to kill my ego in order to be of service and really have the mindset of helping people understand that that's what this business is all about. And sell myself in a particular way and convey a message, build credibility, learn all of that. It was new for me. I thought I was going to be a music producer, okay? So I'm not coming from that world. And within 6 months, when I finally bought into their sales training, and how stupid of me to think that I can do it better, when they spent millions of dollars on the sales training, and I'm thinking, okay, no, I'm just going to do it my way. But that was me. That was my struggle. And then somebody came, one of the managers, he sat in my presentation and did a ride along with me. And then he critiqued me afterwards and he said, what are you doing? You didn't use any of the training. You didn't stick to the script at all. I said, no, but it's the training and how they say it is so robotic and corny. Okay, I understand that. You had to learn it verbatim to pass the training, but understand that nobody says it the way it says on the script. You have to make it your own, but stick to the script because we invested millions into this. Why would you just throw that away? So once I got out of my own way and bought in, I started selling like crazy. And being 18 and making 30 grand in commission every single month, and maybe at the height, maybe making like almost $60,000 in commission. Yeah, you make some bad habits. You create some bad habits. But I always knew deep down inside that I wanted to do other things. I knew I wanted to get into residential. I knew I wanted to figure out what commercial property is and what that's all about. So it was a launch pad for me, but what did I take with me? The best training you can ask for. And when I brought it into residential, that my boss, my broker at the time, they couldn't believe. They're like, have you sold before? Because they wanted to make sure I'm doing the right things when I'm selling residential, so they would watch my presentation and so forth. And it was unique. It came from timeshare. And I just ran circles around people that had been in the business for a while. So that helped me with everything in my life, actually, because life is sales. So here's the thing. This is what I want to share with you. If you want to get in residential, just understand that there's an upfront investment you have to make when you get into residential. You're running it like your own business. So just like it's a startup business, you have startup expenses, right? You got to invest in how you present yourself. You have to invest in, I mean, you do that in any sales circumstance, but maybe kind of the car you drive. I know it's kind of seems silly and bad, but people are going to judge you based on that. People gravitate towards success, don't they? Don't you want to like be represented by somebody who's successful? So these are things you got to think of. I know real estate agents that will rent cars just to go to a listing presentation so they can show people that they're a big boss.
Putting up in a bed.
The MLS costs money. The realtor membership costs money. If you get into timeshare, you're not going to be a realtor. You don't have to get the realtor membership. You don't need access to the MLS. They bring the leads to you. They train you on how, they pay you for sales training. They teach you how to sell, but you have to sell. You're a number, it's a numbers game. If you don't convert, then they'll fire you. They'll terminate you. And but well, yeah, of course you need a license. So timeshare in general, here's what I want to say about timeshare. If you're just starting out in the business, you have no sales experience, and you want to get some very comprehensive crash course sales training, timeshare could be an option for you. I'm not going to push you towards timeshare. Timeshare sales is not for everybody. Timeshare sales is not for everybody. It's a high-paced sales environment. Well, aggressive, if that's a culture thing, I don't want to get into that. You should not be aggressive with selling timeshare. You could use strategies to help persuade, but you should not pressure. If it's not for them, it's not for them. For instance, I'll tell you this. If you know the personality of the person sitting in front of you, like if they're amiable, you know what amiable means? They're like timid. They're not very secure. You can tell that person to buy it. You can kind of push them along and say, hey, you should do this for you. With an expressive or a driver, if you're a driver, you can't tell them to buy it because they're rebellious and they'll flip on you. How you win an expressive person is you paint the picture for them. It's not numbers for them. It's a feeling. I have to show you what your life is going to be like when you own this. I'm going to take you on the balcony and I'm going to paint the picture for you. I'm going to say, look at this amazing view. Just imagine this view is what you can have when you have your family on vacation. You step out on this balcony, breathe in this wonderful air with a glass of orange juice and a hot cup of coffee. That's vacation. Doesn't this look beautiful? You see the pool over there? Imagine your kids playing in the pool while you're hanging out here with your wife. You know, that sort of thing. That's what's going to make that person buy it. You don't learn that in a normal sales environment. So I'm just shedding some light on some things. Don't give timeshare, don't put it in this box and say it's this. It's not that. It's other things. And it does work if you use it, and there are timeshare resorts that sell an amazing product. You're working at a company that sells a great product. I know. You have a question? Online? Who has a question online? Jaleesa?
Yes, I was just gonna really quickly say something about marketing or what have you. We had a community meeting and we had some rundown former drug houses from what my understanding was. And I had kind of pitched the idea that maybe the community should sell Fright Not White. And they actually liked the pitch, and they use the houses for haunted houses coming up for Halloween season. So I'm not a seller. I just used comedy to try to, set myself apart from the rest of the community, and ended up paying off.
Okay. That's interesting. Fright Not White.
Yeah.
I'm not going to try to interpret that. But I've heard people will get police officers to move in by subsidizing their rent for instance, and when a police officer lives in the community and you see that it parked on their driveway, then it changes, yeah, it keeps the riffraff out. So like if there's drugs or like there's crime within the community, then that is one tactic that's used in the business. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Where do you do
No. TBD. I don't want to be partial to any one particular company, but I'll say this. Timeshare companies, they come to me every once in a while, usually the bigger ones, and they're looking for agents. Okay. This whole thing of telling you what timeshare is and the nice side about timeshare is just to help give you a different perspective. I'm not telling you to do it, but if you are interested, then I do know the top recruiters at certain resorts, the biggest ones. So I can give you their contact and you can reach out to them. Alex, what? Yes. Oh yeah. Oh, so I know the top recruiter over there.
He used to be at Westie.
Okay, yeah. Andre who? Creighton? Are you related? Oh, okay. So you guys have some timeshare connections here.
He's like, hey, please sell. You should, as soon as they get your license.
Why not try it out? Try it out. Give it a shot. You might surprise yourself. No, I was one of the last people in my sales training classes to sell because I didn't buy into the system.
But once you get the gears going, that's
Yeah.
You don't stop.
Is it phone calls at home?
No, you meet with people in person. So those people that go to the kiosk in the Florida Mall or the outlets that say discount Disney tickets, those are timeshare companies. So they give you discount Disney tickets by coming to a presentation, and at the presentation, that's where you sell them.
With a nice breakfast and
There's two types of timeshare ownership. Let's put this unit to rest. Two types of timeshare ownership. Interval, which is like a fee simple estate. So if you buy an interval ownership timeshare unit, absolute complete ownership forever. Or if you buy a timeshare unit that's right to use, usually it's 20 to 40 years, you have to give it back to the timeshare company. It's like an estate for years. After a certain number of years, you give it back. Like my timeshare in Cancun. Yes. In Cancun. I got a good deal. Yeah, because I went in there. I say, okay, listen. Just show me the numbers. I knew the resort already. Like I stayed there once before, and I was like, okay, I already just show me the numbers, and then I say, okay, let's not play the game of I tell you no, then you go get the manager and give me a better deal. Just give me the best deal, and I'll tell you yes or no. And I saved a lot of time. If you buy a right to use timeshare, you get it for 20 to 40 years. If you buy interval unit timeshare, then you get it fee simple, absolute complete ownership forever. So my timeshare in Cancun, I have to give it back after 40 years. No. Disney does right to use. After 40 years, you have to give it back to Disney. Yeah. Well, I go to Mexico 2 or 3 times a year because my wife. No, she's Mexican. My wife, mi esposa es mexicana. Huh? Yeah, so they live in like close to Cancun, I guess. It's in a place called Tabasco. I'm not kidding. It's Tabasco, like Tabasco sauce. And Tabasco sauce is not from Tabasco, Mexico, which is interesting.
It's very different. They stole it from Mexico.
Tabasco. Huh?
I went to Chichen Itza last month for my birthday.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I went to-
Did you go during nighttime?
No, I didn't. I just did it early morning.
If you got to go during nighttime and see the light show, they project lights on top of the pyramid, and it's a like a laser light show, and it shows the history, and it's so cool. It's awesome. Any questions?
Timeshares, like, so.
Yeah.
But weekly basis. How much are timeshares yearly?
Depends on how you look at it. What was that?
How much? How much is timeshare yearly?
Well, I'm
How much is one pay, a client pay for timeshare yearly?
well. I mean, if you're you got a loan for it, then you got to pay off the loan. That's one thing, and then maintenance and property taxes maybe is like a few $100s a year, something like that.
Like an idea for like a week.
Oh, I mean, it depends on the week you buy. Yeah, if you buy a week that's very popular, like really close to Christmas, spring break, then those have a premium to it. Those weeks cost more. No, you pay, well, if it's not paid off, if you have a loan, if you're financing it, you have to pay it off monthly. It's like monthly mortgage payment. If you buy it outright, if you pay $20,000-$30,000 for it, then you don't have any debt.
Oh, so and that's like.
Yeah.
It's like a mortgage.
Yeah.
But it's small.
Any questions? For instance, my mother, she bought 2 weeks of timeshare for $1 each. No, $1 total each, because the people wanted to get out of it, and I think she bought it on eBay for $1 each. People wanted to get out of the timeshare, and they were willing. They said, we don't want the maintenance and the taxes. We don't want to deal with it. It's already paid off. We're selling it for $1, so we don't vacation anymore. Maybe they were retired, but she paid $1. She won the bid for $1 each, and she still uses it. Oh yeah, you could bank it. You could bank it for the next year. It depends on the program. Every timeshare resort has their own program. If you don't use your week, you can push it to the next year, and then maybe you have 2 weeks of vacation. Yeah. Any questions? All right, let's take like a real quick break here. Real quick, just like 7:50, okay? 7:50. Just enough to stretch out real quick.
How do you know Alex?
Timeshare world is small.
It is.
So I know a lot of the sales directors. I know a lot of the owners. I'm talking about like the owners of the resorts as well. Tim Gissy. Gosh, that sounds familiar. It's a white guy, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, it sounds very familiar.
Always.
He does he dress kind of casual?
Yeah.
Let's get started.
Steven?
Yes, go back to Unit 7 now. All right. This unit, very dry title, federal and state laws pertaining to real estate, but this unit is all about prejudice, discrimination within the housing industry. That's what you need to know about, be able to identify it, protect yourself and others. When it comes to prejudice, discrimination, just don't do it. It's as simple as that. There's no dispute with that, right? All right, so we're done with Unit 7. I'm just kidding. Remember in the beginning of this class, it's just common sense, right? That's true. In the beginning of this class, I said there's a total of how many important dates that you need to know? 6 important dates that you need to know for exam purposes. We already learned 2 of those important dates, 1923. What happened in 1923?
The law was created.
Florida Statute 475. 2 years later, 1925, they created FREC to do what? Enforce the law. In this unit, we're going to learn the last of the total 6, starting on the first page of this unit, page 153. You got to know this date. Civil Rights Act of what? Maybe when you hear this date, you know about American history. And yes, we have an unfortunate past. This is the right for every free person to own real property, no matter what race you come from. So this law was enacted to prevent discrimination in the sale or rental of real property based on race and race specifically. It's to end racial discrimination. Do you see that? But then you hear stories. And yes, it's still in force today. So this still exists and it's still in force. If you know racial discrimination exists in a transaction, you can hold them legally accountable, sue them. Let's go to page 154. I mean, who's doing the discriminating?
Yeah, somebody.
Hold them liable if they're discriminating strictly on the basis of race. That's under Civil Rights Act of 1866.
So that's not just the buyer or just the seller. Anybody could be held.
Discrimination based on race. So if somebody is being racist in a real estate transaction, mainly the most common circumstance is if somebody, they don't want to sell you the property because you're of a particular race, or rent you the property because you're of a particular race. That's what we're talking about. Question.
But it doesn't have like a law.
I mean, yeah, this is just be morally sound. But once again, I said that was common sense. All of this stuff is common sense. Well, if you're going to accuse somebody of racial discrimination, you have to be able to prove it. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
That's all.
It really depends. You know, what evidence do you have? Maybe there's something very easy to prove because you have the receipts. But now let's talk about the next important date. Civil Rights Act of 19 what? Just because we had an end to racial discrimination in our country, at least on paper, you're not supposed to do it, we still had racial segregation that existed. Well, that's racist, okay? So how could you be separate yet equal? Does that make sense? But that existed all the way up until 1964. Martin Luther King, I had a dream, that whole movement brought an end to racial segregation. And this is a federal law that exists and is enforced today. Prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, color, religion, national origin, and places of public accommodation, commerce, entertainment, hotels, restaurants. Are you with me? Okay. But it wasn't until 4 years later, 1968, when we created the Civil Rights Act of 1968 and the Fair Housing Act that's contained within it. It's an article of the Civil Rights Act 1968. This includes protections for more classes other than just race, because you can discriminate against other things, not just race, and you shouldn't do it. But we needed law to protect individuals from that type of discrimination. Does that make sense? So for exam purposes, here's how you're going to figure out the difference to answer the question correctly. If you have a question on your exam that says discrimination based on race and race only, what date are we talking about? 1866. If the question is talking about discrimination based on anything other than race or more than race, now what date are we talking about? 1968. 1968. 1964 was to end racial what? Segregation. Mainly, you're going to be tested on the difference between 1866 and 1968. Race and race only, 1866. Anything more than race, 1968. And you'll see evidence of that on the next page, page 155. Check this out. This was recently added because of Biden. No discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity, but that's going to change because this administration says there's only 2 genders. So this is going to go bye-bye. It's been updated since then. But the core of this are the 7 protected classes: race, color, religion, sex, disability, familial status, handicap status. Let's go through it. Race, obvious. Color, obvious. Religion, we get that. Sex, male, female. Disability, makes sense. Familial status is like if you're single, a single parent, or if you have kids, or if you're pregnant, you can't be discriminated against. And then nationality depends on what country you come from. Like saying, hey, listen, I'm not going to sell to anybody from this country. Let's continue on. Go to a lot of this stuff is just, it's going to test you on your ethics, your morals, and that's what it really comes down to. So if you have a question on your exam from this unit, this should be an easy point that you get on your exam. Well, that's why you got to study. Go to page 156. Equal housing opportunity poster. Equal housing opportunity poster. If you're involved in the housing industry, you should have this displayed within your brokerage office. By displaying this, the equal housing opportunity poster, you see an equal sign within a house, equal housing. It basically means, hey, look, we don't discriminate. But a poster shouldn't dictate whether or not you discriminate, just don't discriminate. Makes sense. But regardless, you might recognize it. Have you ever seen this symbol before? On a business card or in a bank?
So basically, that poster should be displayed.
Yeah, within, if you're a broker, within your walls. A lot of real estate agents, they put it on their business card. So like, I mean, it might be on here, I don't know. You're basically saying, hey, look, we don't discriminate, but I mean, yeah, it's here. It's at the, take a look, pass it around. It's the bottom corner. Anyhow, yeah, you can get this printed out for free. Frame it. Let's move on. Provisions of the Fair Housing Act as amended. I want you to highlight this and you can read through this later on tonight. Residential real estate transactions that are covered under the Act, that have a degree of protection. But what I want to spend time going through with you guys is something interesting. You're probably not going to like hearing this. It's what we see on the next page, page 157. Residential real estate transactions, what? Exempted under the Act. So what does that mean? You can still discriminate if it's these 2 circumstances? Well, kind of. Yeah. And it's for sale by owners and for rent by owners. You can sell who you want to and rent to who you want to, but you cannot discriminate based on race. Race is still prohibited. And you can't use any type of discriminatory advertising either. I think you'll see that here. It says no discriminatory advertising can be used. But it's at your discretion. If it's your property, you can rent it or sell it to who you want to. But it can't be discriminating based on race. They can still be liable, held liable under the Civil Rights Act of what? Yeah, race only. You see that? 1866.
Some things are like open ways for people to be racist.
Maybe that's going to change. Who knows? But I'm just sharing it with you. You notice that something is not included on that list that you can still discriminate against and get away with it. And it's age. That's why you have housing for. Have you heard of retirement communities? Have you heard of the villages? And they have a whole bunch of rumors about that place. Not.
It's so nice. How can you talk?
They're wild over there.
You don't know the rumors about the villages?
You guys gotta.
The highest rate of STDs and.
Oh, because the old people don't care. They got old people.
They're like parties going on over there.
They know.
That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, based on that, you should be able to figure it out. Now, look, you might not know this. Check this out. If I can get your attention, you might not know this. Either all units are occupied by individuals 62 or older, or at least 80% are 55 and up. And that's the sign you probably see. Have you ever seen 55 plus community? It's 55 plus. Or all of the units are 62 and up. You can do that as well. Most communities do 55 plus because you can appeal to a broader scope of people, a wider range of individuals. Special exemptions under the Act. There are two groups that somewhat get away with discrimination. Religious organizations. Have you heard of Amish communities? That's a lifestyle, that's a religion. And based on this exception to the rule, they can choose who they want to accept into their community, and they only accept people that are of that religion. So you can visit, but you can't stay. And then we come across private clubs. Have you heard of country clubs? They say, hey, listen, if you want to live in this community, you have to be a member of our club. And we get to choose our members. Go ahead and submit an application first. We'll schedule an interview and we'll determine if you're qualified or not. There is a private club. There's a private club that exists in Point Siena. Are you familiar with Point Siena? Where, let's just say, laissez-faire. Okay? You know laissez-faire? It's French. Like, let it be. Clothing is optional.
Let's let fair.
There you go. C'est la vie, okay? C'est la vie. All right, so check it out. Clothing is optional in this community. I'm talking about a nudist community. A nudist colony is sometimes how they describe them. Did you know that exists? Okay, was it on a boat or something? Okay.
Miami cruise.
Sunset Cruise or whatever the case may be, man. Oh, okay. So, I've heard about that as well, but this community, I have an interesting experience with it.
That I have a membership.
What are they
No.
doing?
Okay.
Teacher, what are they doing as a laissez-faire?
Huh? They let them be.
Oh,
They go-
everything.
Yeah.
They walk,
Huh?
they walking their dog, like.
I don't want to get PTSD by telling you my experience. I didn't drive through.
You didn't drive through?
I didn't drive through.
You went in.
No, okay, I'll tell you. As I shared with you, I had humble beginnings. So we didn't, grow up with a lot of money, at least in my younger years. And my mother, single mother, raising 2 kids, took on 3 jobs at a time. God bless her. One of the jobs was delivering newspapers. And she had always invited me to go with her to deliver newspapers, but you have to get up like 3, 4 a.m. to pick up the newspaper stack, load it up, and then deliver. That's back when newspapers were delivered and dropped off in your driveway. And she just got a new route, and she invited me, and I took her up on going with her on this new route. She didn't know where we were going until we got there, and she kind of had a similar experience to me, but I fell asleep in the ride because it's 3, 4 a.m. I'm like, I don't know, 9 years old, 10, maybe a little bit older. I can't remember, and I probably don't want to remember all the details of it, but she left me in the car to sleep. She probably hoped I never woke up. She parked the car at the clubhouse. I remember going in, and I remember I pull up to this entrance, and it was like, have you ever seen Jurassic Park? When they open the big gates in Jurassic Park? That's the level of presentation and security. It's like, it's a huge entrance gate. And I remember her talking to the security, and she was like, oh, I have a route here. I'm delivering newspaper. And she was checking in at the security because it's very strict. I woke up briefly and then went back to sleep. And then she parked at the clubhouse so she could take the stack of newspapers and deliver it door to door or whatever the case. But I woke up and she still wasn't back yet. And I woke up and I couldn't believe what I saw. I didn't believe it at first. It was like, yeah, they were up early. Okay. First of all, let me tell you something about these nudist communities. It's not pretty people. Okay. It's old hippies. All right. It's people you probably don't want to see naked, but somebody rode their bike by the window, the car door, and it was a quick flash of,
Yeah, you were dreaming. So
I thought I was dreaming. And then I got out of the car like Jurassic Park, and I saw in the distance, because I'm at the clubhouse, and right next to the clubhouse there was a tennis court.
Oh my gosh. The balls were.
The balls were flying. The fuzzy balls were flying. And they were, it was seared in my mind. I can't erase it. And when my mom got back, she was like, I'm so sorry. Please go in the car. It's like, I didn't know. I was hoping you would just stay asleep. It was bad. Anyhow, let's continue on. It was the 90s. No big deal.
Still going on. You be alone in the car.
Back then, yeah. Crack the window, let them sleep. Yeah. Yeah, don't judge my mom. It was the 90s. Oh, yeah, I've heard stuff about those driver rest stops. A lot of night walkers.
Okay.
Oh, like, yeah, it's the night walkers. Yeah, like,
If a Nikki, that thing, just like that.
okay, we got off topic here. Let's get back on track. I know. They're like, good thing I didn't come in person. Just mute the volume real quick. Anyhow, prohibited activities that are forms of discrimination. You got to stay away from them, but you have to be able to identify them. They exist in our business. Well, hopefully they don't exist, but if it does happen, you know how to identify, and then we'll talk about reporting complaints in regard to discrimination, prejudice. We're going to go through the 3 most important ones. They're in bold. The first bullet point starts with the letter S. It's called what? Steering exists when a real estate agent literally steers somebody to a neighborhood where they think they should be, or drive them away from a neighborhood where they think they should not be based on race, color, religion, so on and so forth. Obviously, unacceptable, prohibited. You can't do this. But I have gotten questions in the past from previous students that asked me, okay, Michael, what if you have the right intentions? It's a very delicate subject, as you can imagine. And you got to be careful of how you unpack it. But I could see where somebody in their naive mindset could believe that it's the right intentions. And I can give you an example where you might even be on the fence. For instance, what if somebody comes to you, a client, and they say, hey, listen, they're from Brazil, because you're planning on working with the Brazilian crowd, bring them over here. And they come to you and say, hey, listen, probably this has happened to you because you're in the transition. I want to live in a community where there's a lot of Brazilian people. She's laughing because she knows, okay?
I don't do it.
But they ask you, I want to live in a majority, like I want my culture, I want my, I want the language, I want everything. What they're asking you to do, though, is to participate in this illegal activity called steering. So, no, you can't participate in that talk track. If they ask you, could you be the agent that says, I suggest you do your own research? Yes, you can, but you cannot participate in that conversation because now you're liable for this form of discrimination, even though it's not as bad as something that might have, an example that was in your mind. This one, imagine they're from a particular country. They're like, I want to be surrounded by my people, right? But then that can go in a negative way and say, I want to only live in a white community, black community, Hispanic community. What are you going to do then? Are you going to whip out like a map with a heat chart? Well, the whites live here, the blacks live here, the Hispanics live here. No, do not touch that with a 100-foot pole. This is steering. It's illegal. You can't do it. Question. Oh, like a secret shopper. Sure. But it's usually because somebody submits a complaint. They're looking for something. They could. No, not really, but they could. They don't really have the capacity to do that, to have like agents in the field doing these like random investigations. But usually it's when a complaint is filed, and before they tell you that the complaint was filed against you, maybe they'll send out an agent to come check you out. Yeah. It might.
What if someone doesn't like you, can set you up, be like, hey, and for the conversation.
Maybe.
So this,
Just don't do it, stay away from it.
so
You
this
can't do
is
it.
your- Say like, you know, some place that like, there's a lot of Brazilians that cannot say like.
No. Because it can go in the other direction. We could talk about race, right? What's to stop you from doing that? Here, drop it. Don't get involved in that. I'm telling you, because you don't want to be liable for that.
I do have a question.
Here's the thing. Well, here's the thing. Look, for that, I can see where somebody could they can crave that because that's their culture and so forth. If that's their own prerogative, then they can do their own research and then find a community that they feel comfortable. They can find a community that they feel comfortable and they do their own research, and then they can bring you the community that they're interested in. But I'll tell you this, if it's based on race, do not, I'm telling you something right now, this is important. When it has to do with race, don't work with that person. If they bring up race, do not work with that person. That's not in the book. It's not what it says, but we can read between the lines, and I'm giving you personal advice. Because imagine that person says, I want to live in a certain race community. And then you say, okay, I'm not going to touch that conversation, but I don't want to turn away money. So go ahead and do your own research and you find me a community and I'll see if something's available. You're still working with the racist person. And then what happens is you find them a house, you continue like status quo because you're a great real estate agent. They love how you performed and they're going to refer people to you. And guess what? Those people that they refer are going to be racist too. And then you're going to be the racist realtor. So stay away from it.
I do have a question though.
Oh, yes. Oh, real quick. Somebody did have a question online first.
It was just really quick. I know for property management, they've taught people how to say a specific language that avoids, you going into deep about race or anything like that. What about real estate? What if can you just say something general and keep it moving and keep presenting the home, or just what would be the advice?
Well, first of all, you should identify, this is the process. You identify what they're asking you to do is a form of discrimination. Illegal, racist, whatever the case may be. Put them on the spot. Let them know what they're doing, they're asking you to participate in, is illegal. And my advice to you is don't work with that person. But I know that's not the question you're asking. You're saying, okay, what's the procedure? Well, that's the procedure. So if they're really harping on race, just don't work with that person. That's the best advice I can give you. Let's continue. Check this out, class exam question. What do we see? It starts with a B. It's blockbusting. What is blockbusting? It's when you spread rumors of entry of a protected class in order to persuade homeowners to sell. So you go door knocking in a community and you spread the rumor of, as an example, if you don't sell your property soon, some undesirables are going to move in and your property values are most likely going to fall. So you better sell before it's too late, before you lose all your equity. And guess what? I'm a real estate agent. I can help you out. I'll get it sold for you super quick so you don't run the risk of losing out on all this wonderful equity. Obviously, that's illegal. You can't do that. Are you a psychic? Can you predict the future? Do you know what's going to happen to their future home value? Don't speculate. Don't get involved in that. Stay away from it. It's called blockbusting. Steering is easy. The first one we talked about, that's easy to remember. Blockbusting, well, here's how you can remember it. What? Blockbusting? I'm going to give it to you. Here's how you can remember it. The way I remembered it was the real estate agent is busting up the block with their rumors. The real estate agent is busting up the block with the rumors. You know what the block is, right? Okay, we know Jenny? Or the block is high, yeah. But you know Jenny? Jenny from the block? Okay. A block is like a neighborhood, right? And you're busting up the block. You're trying to break up the neighborhood by persuading owners to sell. Anyhow, let's continue on. The last one I want to share with you here is redlining. Redlining is when a lender, a bank, refuses to give you a loan, financing, based on, or an insurance company refuses to give you an insurance policy based on a neighborhood where you would like to live, where you currently live, or deny you personally because of race, color, religion, and so forth. Unacceptable, prohibited, cannot deny you based on that. That is a huge violation, and that's called redlining. Now, on that loan application, yes, they could ask you for race, but you can also say, prefer not to answer, okay? It's just they're doing demographic research. I don't know whether that's relevant, but anyhow, that's why they're doing it. So, but that's in the lending world. And this is kind of part of that, but redlining, this terminology comes from the unfortunate past of the United States. Prior to 1964, what was allowed in our country? Racial what? Segregation. Was that? What is it? Panic selling?
They would sell the panic already.
Forcing people to panic sell, maybe, I don't know, this, I guess one way to think about it. But redlining specifically, how can you remember this? Well, it's tied to history. That's where the name comes from. When segregation was allowed in our country, we had separate communities based on what race you were. White communities, black communities, white restaurants, black fountains, transportation, everything you can imagine. It was sad, to say the least. That ended in 1964. But this term describes when banks, insurance companies, they would put a big red line around the communities with a certain race of people that you were not supposed to do business with. So if you're redlining somebody, you're discriminating against them. You're putting this big red line around them. Okay. Before we take our break, let me just share something with you. When it comes to enforcement of the act, talking about the Fair Housing Act, prevents discrimination, right? Who do you submit a complaint with? With either HUD or the Department of Justice. And of course, you can file a lawsuit. You'll see that on line 16 and 17. Let's move on. I want to show you something. One last thing. It's actually on page 160. On page 160. Specifically line 9. Line 9. 160. Line 9. We know that the Fair Housing Act is a federal law. It's for the nation. But if you want to enforce that against somebody who's discriminating, you want to file a lawsuit against them, you have to take them to federal court. It's time consuming. It's cumbersome. It's expensive. And that's why Florida, we basically adopted that federal law at a state level, creating the Florida Fair Housing Act. It has all the same protections, but now it makes it easier for you to enforce against somebody who's discriminating. That's all it is. So it's all the same stuff, but just at a state level. Let's continue on. Actually, let's take a break. And when we come back, we're going to come back to page 163.
So
Be back, take a 10-minute, just quick 10-minute break. 8:35. That's Federal Housing Administration. Yes, we'll talk about FHA loans.
In an era where online education often falls short, there's an oasis transforming the digital learning landscape. Welcome to Cameron Academy. With our AI-powered platform, we're not just changing the game, we're rewriting the rules. At Cameron Academy, we're not just elevating education, we're lifting learners to new heights. Our comprehensive video lessons and AI tutors simplify complex real estate concepts. At Cameron Academy, we do more than prepare you for your exams. We equip you with the essential knowledge for a successful career in real estate. Break away from the traditional. Think computerized exams. A convenient study app at your fingertips and AI support, but wait, that's not all. Live chat support when you need it, AI-driven text-to-speech content, your own personal AI tutor, and instant online certifications. This isn't just education. This is the future. We're reimagining what it means to ascend to success in the real estate industry. Choose Cameron Academy, the oasis of innovative learning. Your journey to success starts here.
Okay, grab a seat. Camera's on. Let's get started. We're on page 183. Page 183. And 163, excuse me. That was a test. You passed. Congratulations. Gold star. Page 163. We're going to see the last of the total 6 important dates that we need to know for exam purposes. It's Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990. As of 1990, businesses in America, certain properties have to be handicap accessible. What are we talking about? Yeah, of course, railing, ramps. What if it's on the second floor? Yeah, in this building, there's an elevator for a reason. This is an office building. The railing on the side of the toilet, the width of the door frame, the radius, the space within a bathroom, the space beneath the sink to be able to pull up a wheelchair or a walker. All of these things are regulated. Luckily, in the United States, we do regulate on this. And have you ever heard of ADA compliant? So being ADA compliant is what we see here, making sure that you cater to individuals with disabilities and making sure that they have a fair environment to easily commute to businesses. Now, you might wonder why in an apartment building, if you ever seen an apartment building, you don't see any elevators, you see a stairwell, but no elevator. And then what we learn here is you're supposed to have some type of elevator or lift to get to multiple floors. That's for commercial office buildings and so forth. For apartment buildings, at least the first floor has to be handicap accessible and the remaining floors do not. This is the rule. However, have you ever driven down a road and you see a shopping center? It kind of looks like old and outdated, but it's in a nice area. And you're like, what's going on here? They're obviously making money. The shopping center is completely full with businesses, but they're not spending money for revitalizing it. It might be, and I've seen this on personal occasions multiple times, where the investor is so greedy that they purchase a building prior to 90, and nothing is ADA compliant. And because they existed before zoning and the regulation changed, they're grandfathered in and they don't have to comply. But if they have to pull a permit to replace the roof or a permit to replace a window, anything, somebody from the county will come and make sure the property is up to code and make sure everything is ADA compliant. And it could cost the investor hundreds of thousands, maybe even upwards of $1 million to fix everything and make it ADA compliant. So basically, they're just being greedy, essentially. And I've seen investors like that, unfortunately. So they choose to leave it in its current state and not renovate anything to avoid the additional expense. I think it's wrong. Anyhow, go to page 164. And you'll notice on line 1, Florida, what we did was we adopted this federal law into state law. So the Americans with Disabilities Act, that's a federal law, but we make it easier to enforce by adopting it into state law, and we created this long name. Don't ask me why they chose such a long name, and good luck trying to figure out an acronym to help you remember it. It's basically the same rules of ADA, the federal law, but at a state level. We adopted it into state law. So it's the Florida Americans with Disabilities Accessibility Implementation Act. Yeah. Go to line 11. Line 11. We see this last federal law here. We're going to discuss Interstate Land Sales Full Disclosure Act. It's called ILSA. But if you read it backwards, it makes a little bit more sense. It's the act, which is the law, that requires full what? Disclosure about land that you're doing what with? About land that you're selling, interstate. What does interstate mean?
Connection, like.
Interstate means between states. That's what it means. So when you're selling Florida property to out-of-state buyers, it requires disclosure to that buyer about the land that you're selling to them, making sure that you're not selling them swamp land. They have full disclosure about the features of that land, and you'll see it here. It's land specifically. You'll see it here. This is what you need to know about it. ILSA requires disclosure of full and accurate information regarding property to prospective buyers before they decide to buy. ILSA is administered by the CFPB, which just got shut down recently. I don't know if you're familiar with this. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The CFPB really has to do with like financing, but they regulate this as well. It's interesting. Anyhow, what do you need to know? 2 parts to it. Developers must register subdivisions of 100 or more lots with the CFPB before they can offer those lots for sale. And then the item you're tested on for your class exam. Developers of at least how many lots? 25 lots must provide buyers with a property report before they sign the sale contract. What is that? It contains relevant information about the property that they're interested in purchasing. What would you want to know about the property before you purchase it? Wouldn't you want to know about if the land is feasible? You want to know about, you want to know about a lot of different things. You want to know about access to utilities. You want to know about setbacks. How close can you build to the boundary of that lot or to your neighbors or to the road? How tall can you build? What's the minimum square footage? What's the maximum square footage? Well, it's specifically for developers that are creating these communities of homes. I mean, that's part of the due diligence process. It's more so like setbacks, restrictions on the land, and so forth. If we go to page 165, this is our last subject of this unit. The relationship we're going to discuss between a landlord and a what? Yes. How old do you have to be to enter into a lease? It's right there in that first paragraph. Do you see it? At least 18. But I want to transition to this next paragraph, and it's where we're going to discuss deposits and advance rents. If the property owner is acting as landlord, do you know where the term landlord comes from? Are you familiar with this? It is. It's true. It's a really great assumption. It is. You be the lord of the land. But it comes from early English history. And it has to do with a certain amount of land. Can you guess how much land? If you had at least 40 acres, then you receive the title of lord. So if you receive the title of lord, you're lord of the land, and it transitioned into landlord. But now it just describes the property owner who's acting as essentially the property manager, essentially, right? That's what it's the perception behind it. And that's kind of what we see here. If the owner is acting as landlord and they collect a security deposit and the last month's rent from a tenant, how must they handle this money? Different from property management. We talked about property managers and how they account for these funds. Do you remember this? If you get a deposit from a tenant, you have to turn it over to your, we talked about those time periods. We'll see it again, but for now, let's talk about the landlord's requirements in Florida. If they're going to fill that capacity, they're going to essentially manage their own property. By the way, you know what a security deposit is, right? What is a security deposit?
It's like you broke or something.
It's to guarantee the property is left in good condition. This is the sole purpose of a security deposit. Make sure the property is left in good condition. It's not, and it's not a substitute for rent. Remember this, it's not a substitution for rent. It's just for the property to be left in good condition. No, can't do that. Can't pay your rent with a deposit. That's not how it works. But let's continue. I want us to focus on line 9. When that money is given to a landlord as a security deposit and the last month's rent, they call it advanced rent, how must the landlord account for this money? So we're talking about property owner as landlord. We're not talking about property management companies that have an escrow account. The landlord can open up and hold the money in a separate non-interest bearing Florida bank account. Do you see that? Or hold the money in a separate interest bearing Florida bank account. But there are regulations when it comes to that. Do you remember when we talked about if the broker is holding on to the deposit from a buyer or even a tenant, they can put it in an interest-bearing account and they can keep the interest, right? They can keep all the interest if they get permission to do so. But if a landlord is doing it, then check this out. The landlord has to give the tenant, must pay the tenant at least how much % of the interest earned. Yes. Yeah. Or the last option, I just want you to highlight this. Basic memorization, post an insurance bond, they call it a surety bond, with the county. They call it the clerk of the county court, of the circuit court. You'll see it here. It's called an insurance bond, but, well, they say surety bond, but it's an insurance bond. Yes? Well, this is the requirements by state law. So I can't remember if it's located within a standard lease. I don't know if it's identified there. It might be. But even if it's not, this is state law. You have to comply with it if you're a landlord. Check this out. If a landlord has 5 or more units, they have to let the tenant know within how many days? 30 days of what option they chose to hold on to their money. That's the rule. I want us to go to the next page. Go to page 166. Is that right? And on line 1, you see broker property management. Now we're talking about property managers. Nothing new is here. There's nothing here that we haven't already discussed. How much money can a broker use to open up an escrow account and maintain it for property management services? $5,000. If they're just doing sale transactions, no more than $1,000. That's not here, but I'm sharing that with you. Does a broker have to open up an escrow account? No, but if they're doing property management, they kind of need to. I'm just giving you a heads up. Could the landlord hold on to the money instead of the property management company? Yeah, they could as well. Even if you're providing property management services for the property, the owner of the property says, no, I want to hold on to the deposit. I don't like that because there's more accountability for a licensed professional. Anyhow, we already discussed this. How long does the broker have to put the money in the escrow account? By the end of the what? Third business day. And how long does the associate have to turn it over to the broker? You'll see right here, no later than by the end of the next business day. We already discussed all of this. We discussed the dollar figure, the time periods, everything. Okay. I want us to focus on line 26. Selling tenant-occupied homes. Are you allowed to sell a property with a tenant inside of it? Can you do that? Yes, you can. Do you have to get permission from the tenant? No. But whoever is buying that property has to honor the lease. Sometimes a lease agreement, and you have to look at the lease agreement, there could be a condition that says, if this property is sold, The new owner has the authority to terminate the lease. If the property is sold, it's right here on the next page. Says the lease should be reviewed to determine whether it includes a provision for the right to terminate the lease upon sale of the property. That exists in our business. If you look at a standard lease, it's a checkbox. If this property is sold, does the new owner have to honor the lease or does it terminate? It doesn't, you still have to pay your rent and you're still bound by the lease agreement. So if they list it for sale, it doesn't change your lease agreement. You still have to continue as normal. Yep. And they have to give you reasonable notice before they come inside to show the property to another investor who might want to buy it. We'll talk about that time period. Yes. You can't decline. We'll talk about it.
Terminate the contract, you have to like, in the lease agreement has to say like 30 or 60 days, right?
Like you can't just go knocking and be like, I just bought this, you know,
Yeah.
like instant.
Is detailed within the agreement. Now check this out. Go to page 168 and what we see on line 1, it says the landlord's obligations to maintain the premises. You might not know this, but here in the state of Florida, the landlord has at least 4 minimum obligations that they have for the property and to that tenant. And this is in a standard lease agreement. That's why you can't just draw up whatever type of lease you want. And if you find a lease on the internet, don't think that you can just print it, sign it, and that it complies with state law. The state of Florida has specific requirements that must be contained within the lease agreement, and it has to outline this as well. What are the obligations? Well, the landlord must maintain the property in a safe and sanitary manner. Number 2, provide exterminating services. Provide garbage cans and pickup. Keep the heat and hot water running. You notice it doesn't say anything about cold or cool. It says heat and hot. And we're going to add one more. Install working what? Smoke detectors as well. Question. Well, here's the thing. If they try to put that obligation on the tenant, then they have to prove that the tenant is the causation, right? But typically it is the landlord, the management company that takes care of exterminating services. Yes, question.
Yeah, and the lease said they're not responsible for pest control, so they're allowed to say that. And then they also made me buy my own garbage cans for the house, and I thought that was crazy, but is that allowed?
She's so ready to see somebody.
Here's
I hear it.
No, they said, are you gonna take the trash can? And they're like, no, you have to buy it and you can recycle from the city.
So here's the thing. Look what it says. Landlord's obligations to the tenant include the following. This is the rule. Okay. Provide exterminating services for rats, mice, roaches, ants, wood destroying organisms, and bed bugs. So if you have an infestation, then they should take accountability for that and provide exterminating services. Provide garbage receptacles. That's the cans you're talking about, and pickup. I hope that answers your question.
Because they're the homeowner. She lives in a home.
Look what it says. Landlord may not be held reasonable or accountable if there's negligent acts by the tenants or guests. But I already mentioned that to you. Now, what about the tenant? The tenant has minimum obligations. The tenant has minimum obligations. Just like the landlord, maintain the property in a safe and sanitary manner. Number 2, take care of the plumbing. Keep it sanitary. Don't cause it to break. Number 3, maintain all of the other systems in the home. Don't cause them to break, like the plumbing, electrical, HVAC. And lastly, yeah, be considerate of your neighbors. Do not disturb the peace. We'll come back to this. We'll come back to both landlord's obligations and tenant's obligations. So I'm going to come back to it. Just like you were asking, or maybe making an assumption. Does a landlord have access to the premises? Can they have access to their property? Yes. But not just for any reason, for the following reasons. Inspect, agreed upon decorations, repairs, alterations, improvements, services, and to even show the property to somebody else who might want to buy it. What is reasonable notice for them to give you before they access the premises? You'll see it right here. At least 24 hours reasonable notice. This is how it works. If you're going on an extended absence, you have to first let your landlord know, and your rent has to be current, and they're not supposed to go inside. Unless it's a what? An emergency. Then they can go inside. But here's how it works in real life. If I have a tenant that's just being stubborn and they say, oh no, that's not going to work for me, I'm not going to let it slide. Okay, because I know my rights, I know the rules, and I'm running a business, and I need to access the property not because I want to hang out with you, it's because I'm doing it for a specific reason. How do we communicate with each other nowadays? Through text, through email. Are those acceptable forms of communication with the tenant? Yes, they are. Those are receipts that could be brought if there's legal action. You can actually provide that as evidence. So I might text the tenant and I say, hey, listen, I'm going to come to the property to check it out on this date at this time. And that's at least 24 hours later. They might text me back and say, oh, that's not going to work for me. By them responding confirms that they received the message, right? So I might respond and say, thank you for responding and confirming you received the message. I'll see you then. Or not. They don't have to be there. But I have the right to access because it's at least 24 hours reasonable notice. This is the rule. No.
He's like, it's my property.
Right.
If they shoot me on my property, they're
When-
going to jail.
when they
Because
visit,
they don't own it. They
Huh?
don't-
Hold on 1 second. Dominique has a question. Yes. No. They have the right to access the premises. They can. They can inspect the property.
That's like,
What are you hiding in the refrigerator?
Oh.
I'm messing with you, but huh?
when he.
Yeah.
So they open the fridge, they open the window, they open the everything, but I don't like it.
Laissez faire.
Once you own it, you don't have to worry about
Own
it.
your own property.
On page 169, check this out. Class exam question. Vacating the premises. That means the tenant no longer wants to occupy. They don't want to renew. They want to move to another location. What do you think must be returned to the tenant? Within how much time?
50.
Okay. So that's what we're going to learn about. We're going to learn about the security deposit and what happens with it, and if it has to be returned or if it's not returned, what happens in the time periods. Check it out. If there's no claim for that deposit due to damages, because we know that's the only purpose of the security deposit, right? Then they have to return the full deposit to you within how many days? Yeah. It says if there's no intent to make a claim. Do you see that? To return. But you know as well as I, there's always going to be a claim, okay, for something, right? Cleanup, damages, repaint, stain removal, steaming. And I put in my lease agreements mandatory professional cleaning fee. I don't care if you're a great cleaner and you have OCD. Thank you for cleaning it. I'm still going to hire a professional cleaner, but we're going to charge you for it. and I take that out as a security deposit. But that's a stipulation in my lease agreement. Now, if there is a claim, then it stretches out the time period. Now, the landlord has up to how many days to inform the tenant if all or a part of the deposit will be claimed. Yeah, exactly. And if it exceeds 30 days and you didn't receive any notification, failure to do so means you forfeit the right to claim the deposit. So if it exceeds 30, and this happens to a lot of people, they rented property in the past, the landlord, they don't know the rules. And you leave the property, you're thinking, whatever, man, you forget about the security deposit and they didn't give you any notification. Well, they're actually in the wrong, and you can call them up after 30 days and say, you didn't give me any notification about my security deposit. And if you're not going to make any claim, it's already past 30 days. You have to give me all of my security deposit back. And legally, they have to. That's why you got to know the rules. Okay. Our pretty much our last subject. Termination of the rental agreement by who? So we're assuming that the landlord is not in compliance. Let's talk about those obligations. Do you remember those 4 minimum obligations? One of them was keep the heat and hot water running. Let's just say the water heater is completely busted. So you're not getting any water. Not hot, not cold. It's a problem. Who's responsible? The landlord. So how do you hold them accountable? What's the first step to get resolution, resolve the matter? The first step, notify them. Let them know, hey, listen, the water heater's out. We need it replaced. So that's step number 1, to make sure that they comply. Number 2, if they're still not taking care of it within a reasonable time, you can give them an official 7 days of non-compliance. 7 business days, yeah. 7 days to take steps towards resolution or just fix the problem. Get somebody out. Let's get this going. If they're still not taking care of it after the 7 days, they don't do anything, now the tenant has the right to do what with the lease? Entitled, yes, the tenant is entitled to terminating the lease agreement. Question? Sure.
So your garage is not open, and they take like 20 days to fix it. You can terminate the lease.
I mean, it depends on who's responsible for the garage, but I'm assuming that you're saying that the landlord's responsible for the garage. Might not be. It's not one of those minimum obligations. But check this out. I want you to highlight this and read through this for personal reasons. Not that you're going to be tested on this, but this is just good to know as a tenant. This is when you don't want to terminate the lease because you actually like the property, but you want to hold the landlord accountable and get them to move their feet, get it done. It is possible that you can pay them a reduced rent until they fix. And you can read through it. But now I want to talk about termination of the rental agreement by who now? So we're assuming based on that title that the tenant is not complying. Let's talk about one of their 4 obligations. Do you remember do not disturb the peace? Be considerate of your neighbors? What if the landlord is getting complaints from all of your neighbors because you're keeping them up all times of the night, like they're doing DJ parties at midnight, the walls are thumping? What do you think the landlord's going to do? What do you think the first step is? They're going to tell you, keep it down. We're getting complaints. First step, notification. Guess what? It's the same exact steps that a tenant has to go through for the landlord. Step number 2, if they're still being loud, disturbing the neighbors, 7-day notice of non-compliance that you give to the tenant now. And if they're still being loud, the landlord has the right to do what? The landlord has the right to do what? Terminate the rental agreement. Now, well, let's talk about that. If they don't get out willingly, what legal action can you take to get them out? Eviction. Eviction usually occurs, most people know about this, when rent is not being what? Paid. So let's talk about the eviction process so you can better understand how it works. It's in the shady box. Summary of the eviction process. Step number 1, notify the tenant.
The letter is going.
Make your rent current or get out. If they're not taking care of it, put the official 3-day eviction notice on the front door. Have you ever seen this? Basically, make your rent current in 3 business days or vacate. That's what this official notice says. And you have to, you file eviction if they're still not making your rent current after the 3 days pass. Have you heard of filing the eviction with the county? By the way, that costs money to file the eviction. And it's time consuming too. It's not overnight to get the tenant out. Luckily, here in Florida, we're a more landlord-friendly state. It's a lot quicker than other states, but every county moves their feet in the pace that they want to. Some counties move quicker than other counties. Orange County is pretty quick to process an eviction, but if you go to Polk County, it takes a lot longer.
So the sheriff is there.
Until they start
5 days.
notifying.
Well, check this out. That's what we see here. It depends on how long the county takes to process the eviction. After the 3 business days, if you don't make your rent current, then they start the eviction process, and it takes however long the county is going to move on it.
So specifically, we have like,
Could take a couple weeks, could take a couple months.
if I didn't pay on first, it's 30 days.
Oh, that's detailed in the lease. It's detailed in the lease. They could put how long, like a grace period is what you're talking about, before they can start eviction on you. Hold on one second. I'm going to answer your question after I go through this real quick. So the eviction is you have to go through court, essentially, to get them out. If they don't get out willingly still. If you win, the judge finds in your favor, you'll see details of that. The court agrees with the landlord. Do you see that? Then what they're going to do is they're going to send a notice to the tenant. They can try to dispute it. All of this is time consuming. If the court still agrees with the landlord's position to get that tenant out, then they sign off on the eviction, the judge will, and they submit the paperwork to the local sheriff's department. And you pay the sheriff's department. It's about, well, last time I paid it was about $100. And you pay that sheriff for the service of delivering a notice to the tenant. It's called the writ of possession. Find it right here, writ of possession. Writ of possession gives the tenant how much time to get their stuff out? 24 hours to vacate by law. Now it's enforceable by law. It's posted on the front door. 24 hours later, who shows up? The sheriff. So the sheriff is going to meet you at the premises, and the sheriff is going to knock on the front door. Sheriff's department, open up. They'll do this a few times until somebody comes out. Or if they don't, the sheriff will turn to you and say, unlock the door. They're going to unholster their gun. They're going to go inside the hole. They're going to secure the premises. They're going to look under beds, closets, all this stuff. They'll come out and tell you that the premises is secure and you can now change the locks. If they leave stuff inside. You might ask me, okay, Michael, have you ever had a circumstance where you evicted somebody and they left stuff inside? Yeah, unfortunately. Left all their belongings inside. What is the correct procedure? Like in New York, you can put it in a storage unit and then you can charge them for that and all this stuff. And after 30 days, if they don't come, then you can keep it. Here in Florida, you can't keep it. You have to put it at the curb like basura, garbage. Now, once it's at the curb, it becomes community property. and anybody can take it. You're not supposed to take it, but anybody can take it, okay? And consider your stuff gone. If you get evicted from an apartment complex, like a gated community, they have to put your belongings outside of the complex by the main road. That's the rule. And it's gone, okay? Your, I don't know, game system, pleather couch, all TV, all of that stuff, gone. Yes.
What happened if you at work?
Okay, so let's say you start the eviction process, and you have, like, you have to pay some things, you have to pay like the price of things, the sheriff, blah, blah. Let's say that he paid before the sheriff's put the 24 hours, notice, you know, so do you put the always spend in the next line?
At that point, no. At that point, no, because it's already, the eviction has already been solidified. After you get evicted and the judge signs off on it, that's a letter of trespass as well. You cannot, essentially, you can't come back to the, well, after the writ of possession. 24 hours later, you're not supposed to come back to the property. You're trespassed from the property. That's where the sheriff delivers it. But no, if the eviction has already been processed, and do you think as a landlord, you want that tenant still there after they cause you all this heartache? Oh, I'll pay you. Well, it's a great gesture. You paid me what was owed anyway, but I don't want you here anymore. An eviction says you're already out. Most savvy investors will tell you that if a tenant doesn't pay their rent on time, then you should start the eviction immediately. Okay, these are people I know, investors. And magically, when you give them the 3-day notice to make the rent current, they all of a sudden, all the excuses are gone and they give you the rent. They got all kinds of problems and excuses why they can't pay you until you show them that you're serious. That's what my investor buddies, that's how they're justifying doing it. It is, yeah. It stays in their permanent record. And when they try to apply for another rental property, they'll see that, and that could disqualify them, especially if it was not that long ago.
That's not.
So here's the thing. Actually, let me get through this thought real quick, and then I'll answer your question. However, I'll give my tenants a one-time exception to the rule. One-time exception. But with some conditions. They have to sign some documentation with me. I'll ask you a question. You tell me what you think about it, and then I'll tell you what I might give them as a one-time exception and how you can operate this and comply with the law. If you have a tenant that can't pay you the full month's worth of rent, rent is $1,800, but they can only pay you $600. What do? Should you take that money? Imagine if your property is not paid off. You're still making mortgage loan payments on it. You relied on that money to cover the debt, property taxes, insurance, all of this stuff. Should you take it? Yes or no? Some people think, okay, take all you can get because that might be the last time, right? And if they do it once, here's the problem. They do it once, they're probably going to do it what? So if they say, hey, listen, I know rent is $1,800, but I'll give you the remaining balance by the end of the month. I promise it's not going to happen again. It's probably going to happen again. And the rule is this in the state of Florida. You're going to find this very interesting. If you collect partial payment for your rent, it's the same as collecting the full month's worth of rent. Even if you collect $1 from them as partial payment, if you take them to court because they stop paying after that, multiple months, you're fed up, you try to evict them, you go to the judge, you say, hey, listen, they only paid me a couple $100 here, a couple $100. They owe me thousands. Here's all the receipts. The judge doesn't care about your receipts and your proof. You collected partial payment. It's the same as collecting the full month's worth of rent. They'll get them out for you, but you can't hold them accountable for anything, any of the money. Any of the money. Unless you do this. This is a one-time exception that I provide to my tenants. And I tell them up front, hey, listen, if you're late, it's a business decision. It's nothing against you personally. I just want to be clear on that. I like you guys. That's why I accepted your application, but I have to make a business decision. Do you understand that? Great. And then I'll give them a one-time exception, and this is how it works. If they say, okay, I'll give you $1,000, I still owe you another $1,000, I'll make them sign something called a promissory note. A promissory note is a legal obligation to repay me a debt. This is notarized. So I'll give them the paperwork, I'll pre-fill it out for them, and I say, take this to your bank, because they notarize documents for free, get it notarized and bring it back to me. So if they don't pay the remaining balance and I eventually evict them, I can show the judge they signed this promissory note and they still, no matter what, have to pay me. Question? No, I'm done.
I was talking about the 3 days notice.
Sure.
It's going to go weaker, or this is just like a reminder you have to pay?
It's what the 3-day eviction notice means is, and if you ever pull it up online and read through it, it says, make your rent current in 3 business days or get out. That's what the eviction notice says.
But it's not on your weaker.
Not yet.
But if you get the
If you still don't pay after the 3 business days, then they're going to file the eviction with the county.
at this time,
Yes, and then at that point, it's going to be on your record.
So if they sign a promissory note and they still don't pay, how will that work?
You take them to court.
He might be-
The judge will allow me to enforce the debt that I got them to sign the promissory note for, but nothing outside of that.
Yeah, so what if they don't have to? How would you get?
Then it will be a black cloud over their head until they pay it. I'm just hoping they pay, but it's like if they have assets, you can force the sale of their assets to pay you what's owed. So you can enforce the promissory note. It's a legal obligation to repay a debt. Same thing when you get a loan from a bank. They make you sign a promissory note. It's a legal IOU. Any questions here?
No, he's saying that's with the promise.
The promissory note is for that. Yeah. Don't take partial payment.
Let's see how.
Yeah, don't take partial payment unless it's the full month's rent. Don't take partial payment because they can say, no, I'm not going to pay you the remaining balance because they know the rule and know if they pay you partial that they don't have to pay you the rest. People do that as well. But you see how important like this education is? It's not like, oh, I'm taking this class just to get a real estate license. This education is needed to live life. If you're going to operate as an adult in the state of Florida, you're probably either going to buy a place or you're going to rent a place, right? So why not know the laws to protect yourself? So high school, absolutely. I'm a huge advocate of having this class in high school. So if you have connections to push this through, then, I'll be the voice of reason for it. I'll have the presentations, make the connection. I know what to do from that point on. It's not like I haven't had meetings already, but we'll see how that goes. Any questions? What are we doing tonight? Yeah, we're done. We're done with this unit. What are we doing tonight? Review questions. Yeah, you have time to get it done. You got 40 minutes. Tomorrow is Friday, right? We're almost done with the first week of class. I mean, it's going by too fast, okay? You guys are going to leave me too soon. So be prepared for tomorrow. Push in your chairs, clean up your mess, drive safe. God bless. I'll see you. Make sure, really push in your chairs. Really clean up your mess. Thank you. Have a great night. Drive safe.
Thank you. Good night.
Of course. My pleasure. Have a great night.
Bye.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Night.